Welcome, dear friends, to a haven of comfort and tranquility. As the gentle stories unfold, let the soothing sounds wash over you, cradling you in warmth and peace. We are so grateful that you've chosen to spend this precious time with us. Here, in this serene sanctuary, leave your worries behind and embrace the moment. May these tales bring you restful dreams and a joyous beginning to your day ahead. Story 1. As the twilight deepened, the air around the young rabbit was filled with the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and the sweet fragrance of wild honeysuckle. Each breath she took was a symphony of scents, weaving a tapestry of her surroundings. The gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the forest knew, and the distant call of an owl added a melodic undertone to the evening symphony. The little rabbit's heart fluttered with excitement and a tinge of trepidation, for she was stepping into a world that few of her kind had ever seen. Her journey to the heart of the forest had not been without purpose. Driven by more than mere curiosity, the rabbit had long felt an ineffable connection to the forest, a pull she could neither explain nor ignore. Her family had always spoken of the old tales, stories woven into the fabric of their lineage, about the guardians of the forest and the timeless dance of nature. But to witness it firsthand was a dream she had scarcely dared to believe could come true. As she marveled at the luminous spectacle of the sprites, she recalled the stories told by her grandmother during long winter nights. Her grandmother, with her soft, velvety fur and eyes that gleamed like polished chestnuts, had often spoken of the importance of balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in the grand tapestry of life. Even the tiniest ripple can cause the biggest wave, she would say, her voice thick with wisdom and warmth. Now, standing beneath the shimmering willow, the little rabbit understood those words on a deeper level. She watched the sprites with newfound admiration, each of their movements deliberate and purposeful, a testament to their commitment to preserving the sacred harmony of the forest. The elderly sprite before her, with her autumn-tinted wings, exuded an aura of gentle authority and timeless grace, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages gone by. The sprite's tale of the ancient bond between her kind and the spirits of nature stirred something profound within the young rabbit. She saw images of gentle rains nurturing the tender shoots, the vibrant colors of summer painting the forest in hues of emerald and gold, and the crisp, cool breath of autumn carrying leaves to the forest floor in a cascade of reds and browns. With each season's turn, the sprites played their part, an eternal guardian of the cycle that sustained all life. The rabbit's heart brimmed with a sense of belonging, a feeling that she was part of something much larger than herself. She realized that her journey was not merely physical, but a passage into understanding her place within the forest's narrative. She thought of her grandmother's stories, and how she, too, would one day share this understanding with her kin. Suddenly, the sprite paused, her eyes meeting the rabbit's with a knowing depth. "There is something more you must see," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze in the rabbit's mind. She gestured with a graceful sweep of her wings, inviting the rabbit to follow. Intrigued, the rabbit moved with the sprite into a hidden grove, where the air was thick with the scent of ancient pine and the ground was carpeted with a mosaic of fallen leaves. In the center of the grove stood a gnarled oak, its branches stretching out like the arms of a wise elder. The sprite beckoned the rabbit closer, pointing to the tree's base where intricate carvings marked the bark. "These are the stories of the forest," the sprite explained, her voice resonating with the weight of history. "Each mark tells of a season, of events that shaped the lives within these woods. It is a reminder that we are all connected, bound together by the threads of time." The rabbit marveled at the carvings, tracing them with her paw. Each symbol seemed to pulse with a silent energy, echoing the tales her grandmother had once told. She felt a deepening sense of responsibility, a calling to be a part of this endless story, to ensure its continuation through her own actions. As the elderly sprite's tale concluded, the rabbit found herself filled with a quiet determination. She would honor the sprite's wisdom, cherishing and protecting the delicate balance of life. Her paws tingled with anticipation, eager to carry forth the knowledge she had gained into her everyday existence, ensuring that future generations would continue to thrive in harmony with the forest. With a final, gentle nod from the sprite, the twinkling lights began to fade, and the sprites retreated to their hidden abodes. The forest returned to its tranquil state, the only sound the soft sigh of the wind through the branches. The rabbit stood for a moment longer, absorbing the profound silence, before turning to make her way back home. Her heart was light, yet full, carrying the echoes of an ancient magic that would guide her forevermore. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, casting a warm golden glow on the world. The rabbit paused for a moment, taking in the serene beauty of the morning, before bounding joyfully back to her family. She knew that the tales she would tell and the lessons she had learned would ensure that the magic of the forest lived on, a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called it home. On her way back, the rabbit encountered a small stream, its waters babbling quietly, reflecting the pale light of dawn. She paused to drink, the cool, crisp water invigorating her spirit. It was then she noticed an old turtle slowly making its way to the water's edge. His shell was ancient, covered in moss and marked by the passage of countless years. The rabbit approached cautiously, curious about this venerable creature of the forest. "Good morning, young one," the turtle greeted in a voice as steady and enduring as the earth itself. "You seem to carry the wonder of the forest within you." The rabbit nodded, feeling an immediate kinship with this wise creature. "I have learned much," she replied softly. "The forest holds more magic and wisdom than I ever imagined." The turtle's eyes, deep and knowing, met hers. "Remember, little rabbit, the forest is as much a part of you as you are of it. Protect it, and it will protect you. Every creature, every tree, every ripple in the stream has its place and purpose." With a grateful heart, the rabbit thanked the turtle and continued on her way, the turtle's words becoming etched in her memory. As she approached the edge of the forest, she could see her family in the distance, their ears perked in anticipation of her return. The rabbit knew that she was bringing back more than just stories. She carried with her an understanding, a commitment to nurture the bonds that tied her, her family, and the forest together. Arriving home, she was met with nuzzles and warmth, her siblings eager to hear of her adventure. As she began to speak, the sun rose fully over the horizon, bathing the world in light. The rabbit's voice brimmed with excitement and reverence as she recounted her journey, the sprites, and the wise turtle. In sharing her tale, she realized that her journey was only just beginning. Each day would bring new experiences and lessons, further deepening her connection to the forest. With each story she told, she would weave the fabric of their lineage anew, ensuring the legacy of the forest guardians would endure through the ages. In the days that followed, the rabbit often found herself venturing deeper into the heart of the forest. She was no longer just a visitor, but a caretaker, her senses attuned to the subtle changes in the air, the vibrant chatter of the birds, and the rustle of creatures moving under the canopy. She learned to recognize the distinct calls of each bird and the unique tracks left by her forest friends. One afternoon, while exploring a sun-dappled glade, she came across a young fox, its fur a fiery red, its eyes gleaming with curiosity. They regarded each other with mutual intrigue, the rabbit cautious yet unafraid. The fox, sensing the rabbit's connection to the forest, approached with a playful bow. "Are you the keeper of secrets?" the fox asked, his voice a blend of mischief and sincerity. The rabbit chuckled, her nose twitching as she considered the question. "I am but a student of the forest," she replied, "learning its secrets and sharing them with those who listen." The fox grinned, his tail swishing with delight. "Then perhaps we can learn together," he suggested, eyes gleaming with the promise of adventure. And so, they formed an unlikely alliance, exploring the forest's mysteries side by side. The rabbit taught the fox the language of the trees and the wisdom of the sprites, while the fox shared his knowledge of the forest's hidden paths and the art of stealth. Their bond grew, a dance of mutual respect and shared wonder. The rabbit discovered within herself a newfound bravery, one that allowed her to face challenges she had never thought possible. She realized that this courage was not born solely from her own strength, but from the support of those who shared her journey. Together, they discovered new wonders and faced challenges, their friendship a testament to the harmony that the forest inspired. Through their shared experiences, the rabbit's understanding of the forest deepened, and she realized that the bonds she forged were as enduring as the ancient trees that stood sentinel over their world. As the seasons changed, the rabbit and the fox continued their adventures, each day a new chapter in their shared journey. The rabbit's heart swelled with a profound sense of purpose, her connection to the forest and its inhabitants, an unbreakable thread that wove the fabric of her life. And so, the rabbit's story became a part of the forest's eternal narrative, a legacy of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of nature. She knew that as long as she listened to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the winds, she would find her path, guided by the forest's timeless embrace. Story 2. Nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and whispering woods lay the quaint village of Windmere. Beneath a sky that seemed to stretch infinitely, its cobblestone streets wound their way like ancient veins between thatched cottages and vibrant gardens, where the fragrance of lavender and honeysuckle danced softly on the breeze. It was a place where time seemed to float gently by, carried on the wings of the doves that soared overhead, their white feathers shimmering like whispers of clouds. In this charming village lived a young girl named Anwen. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of twilight and hair that shimmered like spun gold under the sun's tender caress. Yet what set Anwen apart was not her appearance, but her heart, a heart as kind and open as the sunlit meadows that surrounded her home. Anwen lived with her grandmother, Ira, a wise woman known for her gentle spirit and her vast knowledge of the forest's secrets. Their cottage was nestled at the edge of the village, where the trees began to whisper their ancient tales. It was a cozy haven, warmed by the glow of a crackling fireplace and filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and spices. Shelves lined with jars of dried flowers and roots, and books filled with tales of long-forgotten lands, gave the cottage an air of magical possibility. The walls, adorned with tapestries of mythical creatures, seemed to beckon the imagination to wander far and wide. Ira had a special affinity for the forest, often speaking to the trees as if they were old friends. Anwen watched her grandmother with admiration, noting how her touch seemed to soothe the very leaves themselves. Sometimes Ira would hold Anwen's hand and guide her through the woods, showing her the hidden wonders that lay beneath the canopy. These walks were filled with stories, laughter, and the occasional pause to listen to the rustle of the leaves as if deciphering a secret language. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Anwen sat by the fireplace, her head resting against her grandmother's shoulder. Era was weaving a tale, her voice as soothing as the murmur of the brook that wound its way through the village. This night, however, her story was different. She spoke of an ancient artifact, a locket forged from silver, hidden within the heart of the forest. It was said to possess a magical ability, granting the wearer the wisdom to understand the language of all living creatures. The tale captured Anwen's imagination, and as she drifted into sleep, she dreamt of the forest, of whispers and secrets carried on the wind. Her dreams were vivid, filled with images of towering trees and shadowy glades, each resonating with an unspoken promise of discovery. The next morning, the dream lingered in her mind like a melody half-remembered. The forest seemed to call to her, its depths promising adventures untold. With her grandmother's blessing, Anwen set out on her journey. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool, clear water. Era gifted her a small, hand-carved wooden whistle, telling Anwen it would guide her should she lose her way. The whistle was intricately carved with the shapes of leaves and vines, a reminder that nature was always with her. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its canopy a mosaic of greens and golds that filtered the sunlight into pools of warmth on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and leaves. Birds chirped overhead, their songs weaving a symphony that echoed through the trees. Anwen followed the path as it wound deeper into the woods, her footsteps soft against the carpet of pine needles, feeling the gentle give of the earth beneath her feet. As she walked, she marveled at the beauty around her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, and somewhere in the distance, a brook babbled merrily over stones. Anwen felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself were cradling her in a warm embrace. Her journey took her to a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues of blue, red, and yellow. Bees buzzed lazily from flower to flower, and butterflies fluttered like living jewels in the air. Anwen paused, entranced by the scene, and it was then that she met her first companion, a small, bright-eyed fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. The fox watched her with a curious gaze, its tail twitching slightly. Anwen, remembering her grandmother's teachings, knelt down and spoke softly. "Hello, friend," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I mean you no harm." To her astonishment, the fox tilted its head and replied, "Greetings, young traveler. What brings you to this part of the forest?" Anwen's eyes widened, a thrill of wonder running through her. The locket! She hadn't found it, yet she could understand the fox. Perhaps the forest was magic enough on its own. "I'm searching for a silver locket," she explained. "It is said to grant the wearer the ability to speak with all creatures." The fox nodded, its eyes gleaming with understanding. "I have heard of such a thing," it said. "It lies deep within the forest, guarded by the ancient oak that stands at the center of the wood. I can guide you there, if you wish." Grateful for the fox's offer, Anwen accepted, and together they journeyed further into the forest. As they walked, the fox shared tales of the woods, of the trees that whispered secrets, of the streams that sang of distant lands, and of the creatures that called the forest home. Their journey was not without moments of reflection. They came across an ancient standing stone, covered in moss and lichen. Anwen traced its weathered surface with her fingers, feeling the grooves of ancient carvings beneath the green. The fox explained that this stone marked a gathering place for creatures of the forest during the full moon, where stories were exchanged and alliances forged. The path grew narrower and the forest denser, the trees towering above like silent sentinels. Anwen felt a sense of anticipation building within her, a tingling excitement at the thought of discovering the locket. Yet, she also felt a deepening connection to the forest, as if each step rooted her more firmly in its embrace. Their journey brought them to an old bridge, its wooden planks worn smooth by time and weather. Anwen paused to run her hand along the railing, feeling the history etched into the wood. As they crossed, she noticed carvings, symbols and runes that seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. "These are the marks of the Windmere ancestors," the fox explained, "left here to guide those who seek the heart of the forest." Anwen felt a shiver of awe as she traced the patterns with her fingers, a connection to the past that deepened her resolve. They pressed on, the forest now alive with the sounds of creatures awakening to the evening's approach. As they neared their destination, they encountered a new challenge, a river, swift and deep, its waters glistening under the dappled sunlight. Anwen hesitated, unsure of how to cross. The fox, sensing her uncertainty, offered a solution. "Fear not," it said, a twinkle in its eye. "There is a bridge of stones just upstream, hidden by the reeds. Follow me." True to the fox's word, there was a path of smooth stones that traversed the river. Anwen stepped carefully, the cool water splashing gently against her ankles. Once across, she felt a renewed determination, her heart buoyed by the fox's steadfast companionship. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak stood, a colossal tree with gnarled branches that reached toward the sky. Its trunk was thick and twisted, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change. Anwen approached reverently, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and anticipation. The fox nudged her gently. "The locket lies within the roots," it said, its voice a soft murmur. "Speak to the tree, and it will reveal its secrets." Taking a deep breath, Anwen knelt before the oak, her fingers brushing the rough bark. She spoke from her heart, her words a blend of hope and gratitude. "Great oak, I seek the silver locket. I wish to learn the language of all creatures, to understand the world around me." For a moment, there was silence, the air thick with expectation. Then the ground beneath her shifted, and the roots of the oak parted, revealing a small hollow. Nestled within was the locket, its silver surface gleaming in the dappled light. Anwen reached out, her fingers trembling with reverence, and lifted the locket from its resting place. As she fastened it around her neck, she felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the forest and all its inhabitants. The fox watched with a knowing smile. "You have found what you seek," it said. "But remember, the true magic lies not in the locket, but in the understanding that comes from listening and learning." With the locket's power, Anwen's journey through the forest took on a new dimension. She conversed with the birds, their songs now a tapestry of stories and songs. She learned from the trees, their whispers carrying the wisdom of ages. Each step deepened her connection to the world, her heart expanding with newfound empathy and understanding. Before returning to Windmere, Anwen spent time with a family of otters by the riverbank. Their playful antics brought laughter to her lips, and they shared stories of their river adventures and the secrets of the water's depths. Anwen learned that the river, much like the forest, had its own language, one of ripples, currents, and hidden eddies. During one of those quiet afternoons by the river, an elderly turtle emerged from the water, its shell covered in intricate patterns of green and brown, reminiscent of the forest canopy itself. The turtle, wise and slow-spoken, shared tales of the river's history, of how it had shaped the forest and the village over centuries. It spoke of the seasons' ebb and flow, teaching Anwen about patience and the inevitable cycles of life. Anwen's return to Windmere was marked by a newfound maturity and depth of understanding. The village, with its familiar sights and sounds, welcomed her back as someone who had ventured into the unknown and returned with treasures beyond the physical. Her grandmother, Era, embraced her tightly, her eyes filled with pride and love. Anwen shared her tales of the forest, the friendships she had forged, and the lessons she had learned. She spoke of the locket, but more importantly, she spoke of the power of listening, of understanding, and of the bonds that connect all living things. As the years passed, Anwen became a beloved figure in the village, her wisdom sought by young and old alike. The locket remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of her journey and the friendships that had shaped her. And so Anwen's story became part of the village's own tapestry of tales, passed down through generations. It was a story of magic, of friendship, and of a journey that led to understanding, a story that reminded all who heard it of the beauty and wonder that lay within the world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious spirits. In the quiet moments, when the fire burned low and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village would listen to the whispers of the forest, the songs of the birds, and the tales carried on the wind, knowing that the true magic of the world lay within the connections they shared with each other and with the world around them. Each evening, as Anwen sat beneath the stars, she would feel the gentle pulse of the locket against her heart, a constant reminder of the journey that had shaped her. In those moments, she understood that her story was just one thread in the vast tapestry of life, a tapestry woven with the voices of all creation, bound together by the shared experience of living. Many years later, a new scene unfolded, a gathering in the village square, where the townsfolk erected a statue in Anwen's honor. Cast in bronze, it depicted Anwen with her fox companion by her side, a testament to her journey and the lessons she brought back to Windmere. The statue stood as a reminder of the depth of connection one could achieve with nature and the unseen magic that lay in understanding and empathy. On the day of the unveiling, Anwen, now with silver strands mingling with her golden hair, stood before her likeness, humbled by the recognition. The villagers gathered around, listened as she shared once more the stories of her journey and the importance of listening to the world around them. As dusk fell and the first stars shimmered into view, Anwen led the villagers in a tradition she had started, sitting quietly, listening to the forest's whispers. The air was filled with a gentle hum of stories and songs, a symphony of life that resonated with the hearts of all present. In that serene moment, Anwen realized that the true legacy of her journey was not just the tales shared or the wisdom imparted, but the community's unity, strengthened by the understanding and wonder she had inspired in each of them. The village of Windmere, with its cobblestone streets and thatched cottages, had become a beacon of harmony, where people and nature thrived together, bound by the invisible threads of connection and respect. And so Anwen's story continued, a living testament to the power of open hearts and curious spirits, echoing through the ages, as timeless as the forest itself. Story 3. In the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering silver lake, there lived a young boy named Fynn. He was a curious soul with a heart as open as the endless sky, always seeking the wonders hidden in the world around him. Fynn lived with his grandmother, a wise old woman known for her knowledge of the forest's secrets and her collection of tales that seemed to dance with magic. The village was a patchwork of cobblestone streets and cottages with thatched roofs, their gardens blooming with vibrant wildflowers. The air was perpetually filled with the scent of damp earth and the distant echo of the lake's gentle lapping against its shores. This was a place where time seemed to slow, and the hustle of the outside world felt like a faraway dream. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of orange and purple across the sky, Fynn would sit by the hearth, listening intently to his grandmother's stories. Her voice, a soothing melody, would weave tales of ancient trees that spoke in riddles and rivers that sang lullabies to the moon. These stories, rich with mystery and wonder, fueled Finn's imagination and ignited a longing within him to discover the secrets of the world for himself. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to tumble from their branches, Fynn set out on one of his usual explorations. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, mingling with the sweet promise of an approaching winter. Fynn loved these walks, where the world seemed to hum with quiet anticipation, as if holding its breath for something wondrous to unfold. On this particular day, Finn's path led him deeper into the forest than he had ever ventured before. The trees here were ancient, their branches arching overhead like the vaults of a great cathedral, filtering the sunlight into beams that danced upon the forest floor. The deeper he went, the more he felt the gentle pull of something unseen, guiding him with the softest of whispers. As he walked, Finn's keen eyes caught sight of something glimmering beneath a pile of leaves. Kneeling to investigate, he uncovered a beautifully ornate key. It was unlike any key he had ever seen, crafted from a metal that shimmered in hues of silver and gold, intricate patterns woven along its shaft, sparkling as if kissed by starlight. Clutching the key, Fynn felt a warmth spread through his fingers, a gentle pulse that seemed to echo with the heartbeat of the land itself. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Fynn continued his journey, the mysterious key safely tucked into his pocket. His heart beat with the thrill of discovery, and as he wandered, he noticed subtle changes in the forest around him. Colors seemed more vivid, the sounds sharper, and the very air hummed with an energy that tingled against his skin. Eventually, Fynn came upon a clearing he had never seen before, dominated by an ancient oak tree whose branches stretched wide and strong. Its roots curled and twisted like the fingers of a giant, and nestled among them was a small, intricately carved door. The door was a perfect fit for the key in his pocket, and Finn's heart quickened with the realization that he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. With a deep breath and a thrill of both apprehension and excitement, Fynn inserted the key into the lock, turning it with a soft click. As the door swung open, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and a hint of magic. Beyond the door lay a world unlike anything Fynn had ever imagined. This hidden realm was a tapestry of vibrant colors and delicate sounds, where the sky shimmered with hues of lavender and rose, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of life. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, some familiar, others wondrously strange. Birds with feathers of emerald and sapphire sang melodies that twined with the rustle of leaves, while tiny, luminescent beings danced in the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. Fynn stepped through the doorway, his heart alight with wonder. He felt as though he had entered a dream, where every step was a note in a symphony of enchantment. The world here felt alive in a way that resonated deeply within him, as if he had found a missing piece of himself. As he wandered further, the landscape unfurled before him, revealing rolling meadows dotted with flowers that seemed to laugh in the wind, and streams that whispered secrets of the ages. It was a world that sang to his very soul, each corner inviting him to explore its mysteries. As he wandered, Fynn encountered a fox with eyes as bright as stars, its fur a rich tapestry of autumnal shades. The fox regarded him with a wisdom that belied its size, and when it spoke, its voice was a gentle brush against Finn's thoughts. "Welcome, young traveler," the fox said, its words infused with warmth. "You have found the wayward key, a gift of passage to our world. Here, the bonds of friendship and the magic of the land are one and the same." Fynn felt a surge of gratitude and awe. "I didn't know such a place existed," he whispered, his voice filled with reverence. The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling with understanding. "Few do, for it is a realm revealed only to those with hearts open to the wonders around them. But remember, young Fynn, with such discoveries come responsibilities and choices that shape more than just your path." Over the days that followed, Fynn explored this hidden world, each day bringing new marvels and new friends. He met a gentle giant of a bear, whose laughter rumbled like distant thunder, and whose kindness enveloped Fynn like a warm embrace. Together, they shared stories beneath the stars, weaving a tapestry of friendship that bridged their worlds. There was also a mischievous sprite named Lyra, who flitted through the trees like a playful breeze, her laughter a tinkling melody that filled the air with joy. Lyra taught Fynn the language of the forest, showing him how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. Finn's heart swelled with joy and a sense of belonging, yet he could not ignore the subtle undercurrent of longing that pulled at him, a reminder of the world he had left behind. His grandmother's face would drift into his thoughts, her gentle eyes and the comforting scent of her herbal teas. Fynn realized that while this magical world had captured his heart, his life was intricately woven with the threads of both worlds. One evening, as the stars began to appear like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, Fynn sat with his new friends around a crackling fire. The warmth of the flames mirrored the warmth in his heart. But the shadows cast by the firelight seemed to flicker with a message, a reminder of the choice he must soon make. With a heavy heart, Fynn knew he would need to return to Larkspur Hollow, but he also knew that he could not simply abandon the friendships he had forged and the lessons he had learned. As he walked through the enchanted forest one last time, he felt the warmth of the wayward key in his pocket, a reminder of the adventures that had shaped him. Gathering his courage, Fynn approached the ancient oak tree once more. His friends gathered to see him off, their expressions a blend of sadness and understanding. The fox, ever wise, spoke first. "Remember, Fynn, the magic of our world lives within you now. It is a part of you, just as you are a part of us. Carry it with you, and let it guide your choices." The bear rumbled his agreement, placing a gentle paw on Finn's shoulder. "Friendship is a thread that binds our worlds together. No matter the distance, know that you are never alone." Lyra, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears, fluttered close to Fynn. "Promise you'll return one day," she whispered, her voice tinged with hope. Fynn nodded, his heart full of gratitude and love. "I promise," he said softly, a vow woven from the deepest part of his being. As Fynn prepared to step through the door, a new figure emerged from the forest, a wise, ancient stag with antlers that seemed to catch the moonlight, giving him an ethereal aura. The stag approached Fynn, its presence commanding yet gentle, and lowered its head in a gesture of respect and kinship. "You have been a part of our world, Fynn, and it has changed you, as you have changed it," the stag spoke, its voice like a soft rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Remember that the magic you carry is not just a gift, but a responsibility to nurture and protect the bond between our worlds." Fynn looked into the stag's deep, wise eyes and understood the weight of the message. He nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose settle within him. He realized that his journey was not just about discovery, but about stewardship of the magic that flowed between the realms. With a final embrace, Fynn turned the wayward key in the lock, the door opening with a soft sigh. As he stepped through, the familiar sights and sounds of Larkspur Hollow embraced him like an old friend. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the village, and Fynn felt a sense of peace settle within him. As he made his way home, Finn's heart was light with the knowledge that he was not leaving the magic behind, but carrying it with him, woven into the fabric of his very being. His grandmother greeted him with open arms, her eyes shining with love and understanding. And so life continued in Larkspur Hollow, enriched by the magic of a hidden world and the friendships that transcended its borders. Fynn grew, shaped by the wisdom he had gathered and the love that bound his worlds together. The wayward key remained a cherished treasure, a reminder of the adventures that awaited those who dared to follow the whispers of their hearts. In the quiet of the night, as Fynn drifted into dreams filled with starlit skies and laughter that echoed through the ages, he knew that his journey was not an end, but a beginning, a promise of endless wonder and the magic of friendship, forever entwined with the tapestry of life. Yet as the days turned to weeks, Fynn found himself drawn to a new mystery. One evening, while sitting by the hearth, he noticed a peculiar old map tucked away beside his grandmother's storybook. Its edges were frayed, and the paper was yellowed with age. Intrigued, Fynn unfurled it across the wooden table. It depicted not just the familiar lands surrounding Larkspur Hollow, but extended further, showing lands and symbols he had never seen before. His grandmother, noticing his interest, leaned over with a knowing smile. "Ah, the map of hidden paths," she said, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "It is said to reveal paths between worlds, much like the one you discovered with the wayward key. But beware, for every path holds its own trials and wonders." As Fynn studied the map, a particular symbol caught his eye, a swirling pattern resembling a whirlpool, located near the edge of a vast ocean depicted in vibrant blues and greens. His heart quickened with the thrill of potential adventure, and he felt the familiar pull of curiosity urging him forward. His grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with both wisdom and a hint of mischief. "The ocean is said to be the gateway to the Isles of Echoes, where the whispers of the past and future converge. Many have sought it, but few have returned with tales of its wonders." Finn's mind raced with possibilities. The map seemed to pulse with potential, hinting at adventures untold and realms unexplored. He realized that his journey had only just begun, and the world, both known and unknown, was a vast tapestry waiting to be unraveled. The map and the key together whispered of possibilities, and as Fynn traced the lines with his finger, he knew that his heart would always seek the wondrous, the magical, and the unknown. As he dreamed of distant shores and the mysteries that awaited him, Fynn understood that the magic of Larkspur Hollow and the hidden realm was but a prelude to the myriad wonders the map of hidden paths promised to unveil. Days passed, and Finn's anticipation grew. His dreams were filled with images of the ocean, the sound of waves crashing upon distant shores, and the whisper of the wind carrying stories of ancient seas. His grandmother, sensing his restlessness, decided to share a tale she had never told before. Under the soft glow of the hearth, her voice wove a story of the first traveler from Larkspur Hollow to venture across the ocean. "Long ago," she began, "there was a young woman named Alara, whose heart, like yours, was filled with wanderlust. She followed the map of hidden paths and found herself standing at the edge of the world, where the land kissed the sea." Fynn listened, enraptured, as his grandmother spoke of Alara's journey across the ocean to the Isles of Echoes. She painted a picture of a place where the sands sang with the voices of those who had walked them before, and the air shimmered with the energy of dreams both realized and forgotten. Alara's courage and kindness won her the friendship of the sea's inhabitants, his grandmother continued, and she learned that the ocean was not merely a barrier but a bridge to countless worlds. She returned to Larkspur Hollow with stories that inspired generations to seek the paths less traveled. Finn's heart resonated with the tale, and he felt a connection to the adventurer who had come before him. The knowledge that Alara had once stood where he now stood filled him with a sense of destiny. As the moon cast a silver glow over the village that night, Fynn lay awake, his mind buzzing with the promise of adventure. He understood that his journey would not only lead him to new places, but deepen his understanding of the connections that bind all realms together, the magic of discovery, the power of friendship, and the courage to follow one's heart. And so, with the map of hidden paths and the wayward key as his guide, Fynn prepared for the next chapter of his journey. He knew that the ocean awaited him, a vast and mysterious expanse, ready to reveal its secrets to those brave enough to seek them. As he drifted into sleep, His dreams swirled with visions of azure waves and the distant call of the Isles of Echoes, a new adventure waiting to be embraced. Story 4. In the quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense, whispering woods, where the seasons painted the landscape with a kaleidoscope of colors, there lived a boy named Theo. His spirit was as gentle as the morning dew, and his curiosity as vast as the endless sky. Theo had eyes like sunlit honey, and a unique talent for uncovering the hidden beauty in the mundane. He shared a cozy cottage with his grandmother, a wise and gentle soul whose stories of magic and wonder were as vibrant as the garden songbirds that serenaded them each dawn. Theo's grandmother, a woman of age-old wisdom and gentle laughter, wove tales that danced in Theo's mind long after the moon had risen in the sky. Her stories spoke of enchantment and mystery, and she often whispered secrets of the woods, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. These tales fueled Theo's imagination, setting his mind adrift on dreams of the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden hue over the world, Theo prepared for his customary walk through the woods, a place where he felt the undisturbed presence of nature's embrace. The village behind him gradually disappeared, replaced by the towering trees that stood like sentinels, their leaves a magnificent tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was sharp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and earth, a symphony of nature's perfume that filled his senses. As Theo ventured deeper into the forest, the village sounds faded into a distant memory, leaving only the whisper of the wind through the trees and the soft crunch of leaves beneath his feet. His heart, often tethered to the familiar, yearned for the unknown, for the paths not yet trodden. On this particular day, his curiosity led him to a part of the forest shrouded in mystery, a place where the air seemed to hum with anticipation and the scent turned sweeter, tinged with hints of moss and wildflowers. As he walked, Theo noticed a peculiar light filtering through the trees ahead, casting an otherworldly glow that danced like fairy fire. It shimmered with an iridescent sheen, unlike anything he had ever seen, and he felt a magnetic pull towards it, a call to adventure that set his heart racing. Following the light, he emerged into a clearing bathed in its ethereal glow. In the center, cradled by the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, lay a small ornate box. The box was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, carved from dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change like the play of shadows and light. Hesitantly, Theo reached out, his fingertips brushing the surface. A warmth spread through his hand, a tingling sensation that whispered of magic and ancient secrets. The lid opened with a soft click, revealing a shimmering stone nestled within, its surface swirling with colors that danced like liquid rainbows. As he held the stone, a gentle voice echoed in his mind, as soft as the whispering leaves. "This is the heart of the forest," the voice said. "It grants the bearer the ability to see the hidden world within our own." Theo's heart fluttered with excitement. His grandmother's tales had often painted such wonders, but to find himself at the center of one was beyond his wildest dreams. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused on the stone's warmth. When he opened them, the world had transformed. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering lights, as if he had stepped into a dreamscape. Tiny, luminescent creatures flitted through the air, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. The trees whispered secrets in hushed tones, their leaves sparkling like jewels in the sunlight. Theo was entranced, his heart swelling with wonder and joy. As he wandered through this magical realm, he encountered a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur shimmered with a silver sheen, and its eyes glowed with an inner light. The fox regarded Theo with a wise, knowing gaze and then spoke in a voice as smooth as flowing water. "Welcome, young traveler," the fox said. "I am Leora, guardian of the forest's heart. You have been chosen to witness the wonders of our hidden world." Theo felt a warmth spread through his chest at the fox's words. He knew that this journey was only beginning, and he was eager to uncover the mysteries that lay ahead. With Leora as his guide, Theo explored the hidden world, discovering its many secrets and marveling at its beauty. As they journeyed together, Theo learned that the heart of the forest was not just a magical object, but a symbol of harmony and balance. It was the source of life and magic that sustained the hidden world, and it was his responsibility to protect it. Leora taught him about the delicate interplay between the seen and unseen, the importance of maintaining balance, and the wisdom that could be found in nature. One day, as they rested by a glistening stream that sang a gentle melody, Leora shared a story of the forest's ancient past. Long ago, she began, there was a time when the balance was disrupted. A great storm brought chaos, and the creatures of the hidden world were in disarray. It was then that the heart of the forest first revealed its true power, guiding those who were lost back to harmony. Theo listened intently, feeling the weight of the tale settle within him. He realized the significance of his role, understanding that he was part of a larger tapestry woven through time. Days turned into weeks, and Theo's bond with Leora grew stronger. They shared stories, laughter, and moments of quiet contemplation. Theo found himself changing, growing wiser, and more attuned to the world around him. He realized that true magic lay not in grand displays of power, but in the gentle connections between all living things. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora turned to Theo with a solemn expression. "It is time for you to return to your world," she said softly. "You have learned much, and have become a true guardian of the forest's heart. But remember, the magic you have witnessed is always within you, waiting to be awakened." Theo nodded, his heart heavy with the thought of leaving, but he knew that his journey was far from over. There were still stories to be told, lessons to be learned, and wonders to be discovered. With a final farewell, Leora bestowed upon Theo a small silver pendant shaped like a leaf, an emblem of their friendship and the journey they had shared. As Theo made his way back through the forest, the hidden world faded from view, but its magic lingered in his heart. He emerged from the woods, the village lights twinkling in the distance like stars. As he walked home, he felt a sense of peace and purpose, knowing that he carried the magic of the forest within him. When Theo returned to his grandmother's cottage, he found her sitting by the fireplace, knitting a scarf from soft woolen yarn. She looked up and smiled warmly as he entered. "Did you have a good walk, my dear?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with a knowing gleam. Theo nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "Yes, Grandma, it was a walk I'll never forget." He settled into the chair beside her, the warmth of the fire enveloping him like a cozy blanket. As he recounted his adventure, he could see the wonder and pride in his grandmother's eyes. She listened intently, her hands working the yarn with a practiced rhythm, and when he finished, she placed a gentle hand on his. "The world is full of magic, Theo," she said softly. "You just have to know where to look." Theo nodded, feeling the truth of her words resonate within him. As the flames crackled and the shadows danced upon the walls, he knew that his journey had only just begun. The magic of the forest was a part of him now, and he was ready to share its wonder with the world. And so, with the warmth of the fire and the love of his grandmother, Theo drifted into a peaceful slumber, his dreams filled with shimmering forests and silver foxes, and the promise of new adventures yet to come. 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the wind and the ground was carpeted with moss as plush as any cushion, there lay a quaint village known as Bramble Hollow. Each cottage seemed to have been plucked from a child's daydream, with smoke curling lazily from chimneys and gardens brimming with flowers that glowed gently under the moonlight. The village was a vibrant tapestry of sights and sounds, where the gentle clatter of looms from the weaver's shop mingled with the distant hum of bees busy in the lavender fields. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a cheerful lot, often seen exchanging baskets of fresh pastries or gathering for storytelling sessions by the great oak in the village square. The square itself was a lively hub, where the air was always tinged with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread, and the sound of laughter echoed like a melody. However, a peculiar series of events had recently cast a gentle shadow over their usual contentment. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find that all the lanterns hanging along the cobblestone paths were mysteriously extinguished, leaving the night watchers puzzled and the pathways dim. This dimness seemed to seep into the villagers' spirits, sparking a quiet unease that whispered through their daily routines. Concerned whispers filled the air as theories blossomed like the wild roses along the garden fences. Some thought it might be the work of mischievous breezes, while others suspected a playful sprite. Yet, none could quite pin down the cause of these nightly extinguishments. Theories abounded, from tales of a phantom breeze to whispers of sprites playing tricks under the cover of darkness, but none could quite unravel the mystery. Even the village elder, wise in the ways of the woods, was stumped, his usual assured demeanor tinged with curiosity and a touch of worry. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leora, known for her keen eyes and nimble fingers. She loved to explore the woods, collecting stories from the creatures she encountered. Her best friend was a tiny owl named Pip, whose feathers shimmered like stardust and who never missed a detail. Leora was often found weaving tales of her own, her imagination as boundless as the skies above, and her heart as open as the forest paths she roamed. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora decided it was time to solve the mystery of the snuffed lanterns. She packed a small satchel with a notebook, a piece of honey cake, and a tiny lantern of her own. Pip perched on her shoulder, eager and alert, his eyes gleaming with the promise of adventure. Leora's heart beat with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, for she knew this was more than just a simple exploration. It was a journey into the very heart of the forest's secrets. As night wrapped its velvet cloak around the village, Leora and Pip set out, the soft glow of their lantern casting a golden circle of light. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and distant honeysuckle. They walked quietly, listening to the symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot from an owl hidden in the treetops. The night seemed alive, a living tapestry of sounds and scents that enveloped them in its embrace. Their first stop was the lantern by the old stone bridge where the brook babbled beneath. Leora knelt down, examining the lantern with Pip peering over her shoulder. There were no signs of tampering, no soot or scorch marks, just a gentle breeze that seemed to whisper secrets. The brook's song mingled with the rustling leaves, creating a melody that seemed to speak of ancient tales and forgotten truths. Pip hooted softly and took flight, circling above the lantern before settling back down. "Perhaps it's the wind," Leora mused aloud, but Pip shook his head, eyes twinkling with determination. Pip's gaze was steady, as if urging her to look beyond the surface, to seek the deeper truths hidden in the shadows of the night. They continued their vigil, moving from one lantern to the next. As they reached the edge of the village, where the path met the forest, they stumbled upon something curious. The grass near the lantern was dotted with tiny, luminescent mushrooms. Leora crouched to inspect them, noticing how they seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic light. It was as if the very earth was alive, breathing in harmony with the forest's secrets. "Glowcaps," she murmured, recognizing the mushrooms from stories her grandmother had told. These were known to bloom only when the forest was trying to communicate, a gentle hint left by the woods themselves. Her grandmother's tales echoed in her mind, stories of the forest's wisdom and the delicate balance it maintained. Leora realized then that the answer might lie deeper within the forest. With Pip leading the way, they ventured into the trees. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional rustle of small creatures going about their nighttime rituals. The path wound deeper, until they came to a clearing that was bathed in moonlight. The moon cast its silver glow, illuminating the clearing in a serene light that seemed to whisper of ancient secrets. In the center stood an ancient willow tree, its boughs swaying like a dancer's arms. Beneath it sat an old tortoise, his shell covered in a patchwork of moss and lichens. His eyes were kind and wise, and he watched them approach with a gentle smile. His presence was calming, his aura one of ancient wisdom and timeless patience. "Ah, young Leora and Pip," he greeted, his voice as deep and soothing as a lullaby. "I wondered when you would visit." His words were like a gentle breeze, carrying the weight of centuries yet as light as a feather. "Do you know why the lanterns are being extinguished?" Leora asked, settling down beside him, her lantern casting a warm glow around them. Her heart was a mixture of anticipation and respect, for she knew she was in the presence of something truly ancient and wise. The tortoise nodded slowly. "Indeed, It is the forest itself seeking balance. The lantern's light, though beautiful, was overshadowing the natural glow of the night creatures. They wished to remind the village of the stars and the moon, the glowcaps and fireflies. His words resonated with a truth that Laura could feel deep in her bones, a reminder of the delicate harmony that the forest sought to maintain. Laura pondered this, understanding the gentle nudge from the forest to appreciate the natural world. "What should we do?" she asked. Her voice was filled with a newfound respect for the forest, a realization of the interconnectedness that bound them all. "Simply share this story," the tortoise advised, "and encourage the villagers to light fewer lanterns, to walk by the light of the moon and stars, and to listen to the whispers of the woods." His words were a gentle guide, a reminder of the beauty that lay in simplicity and harmony. With a bow of thanks, Leora and Pip made their way back to the village, the path now lit by the silver glow of the moon and the twinkle of fireflies that danced like tiny stars. The forest seemed to envelop them in its embrace, a living entity that welcomed their understanding and respect. The next day, Leora gathered the villagers under the great oak, sharing the tale of the forest's gentle request. Understanding and smiles spread among them, and they agreed to let the forest's natural beauty shine. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts open to the wisdom of the woods. From then on, Bramble Hollow was a place where moonlight and starlight guided their steps, where the glowcaps and fireflies were celebrated, and where the harmony between the village and the forest was cherished. The village thrived in its newfound harmony, a place where the gentle whispers of the woods were heard and respected. As the days turned to years, Leora and Pip found themselves content, surrounded by a village that thrived in harmony with the gentle, whispering woods. The story of the lanterns became a cherished bedtime tale, reminding all who heard it to listen to the world around them and walk gently upon the earth. The tale became a part of the village's lore, a testament to the power of understanding and respect for the natural world. Yet as Leora grew older, her curiosity never waned. She often wandered deeper into the woods, discovering more secrets and learning the language of the forest. Her bond with Pip strengthened, and together they became the village's guardians of nature, ensuring the balance was maintained. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as leaves painted in hues of amber and crimson crunched underfoot, Leora came upon a hidden glade she had never seen before. The air was different here, tinged with a magic that seemed to shimmer in the golden light. In the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, each carved with intricate runes that glowed faintly. Leora felt a pull, an invitation to step closer. As she did, Pip fluttered down beside her, his eyes wide with wonder. The stones resonated with a soft hum, a melody that seemed to speak directly to her heart. She realized this was a place of power, a nexus where the forest's energy gathered. Kneeling within the circle, Leora closed her eyes, allowing the forest's song to fill her senses. She felt a connection, not just to the woods, but to the earth itself, to the cycles of nature and the rhythm of life. It was a humbling experience, one that deepened her understanding and commitment to the forest. When she rose, Leora knew her purpose had grown. She would share this connection with the villagers, teaching them to honor the land and listen to its whispers. The forest was not just a backdrop to their lives. It was a living, breathing entity that deserved respect and care. Returning to Bramble Hollow, Leora shared her experience with the villagers, guiding them in rituals that celebrated the seasons and honored the forest's gifts. Under her watchful eye, the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the land around them. As the village embraced these rituals, a new tradition emerged. Each season, the villagers would gather in the hidden glade, where they would light small, gentle fires and sing songs of gratitude to the forest. These gatherings became a time of reflection and connection, where stories were shared and bonds were strengthened. One spring, a traveling minstrel arrived in Bramble Hollow, drawn by tales of the village's unique harmony with the forest. He carried with him a lute crafted from the wood of a 1,000-year-old tree and sang songs that echoed the whispers of the wind. His music spoke of distant lands where the balance between nature and mankind was fragile and often ignored. The villagers welcomed him warmly, eager to hear stories from beyond their woods. Leora, curious as ever, spent hours with the minstrel, learning his songs and sharing her own tales of the whispering woods. The minstrel, in turn, was captivated by Leora's stories and the serene balance of Bramble Hollow. Inspired by his travels and the harmony he found in the village, the minstrel composed a new song, one that wove together the tales of the forest, the wisdom of the tortoise, and the spirit of Leora and Pip. On the eve of the midsummer festival, as the villagers gathered in the hidden glade, he sang this song beneath the starlit sky. The melody soared through the trees, carried on the night's cool breeze. The villagers listened, enraptured, as the song spoke of their home, of the lessons learned, and the beauty of living in harmony with the world around them. It was a moment of unity, where every heart beat in time with the rhythm of the earth. As the final notes faded into the night, the villagers rose in applause, their spirits lifted by the minstrel's gift. The song became a cherished part of their tradition, a reminder of the importance of balance and the enduring bond between the village and the forest. And so, Bramble Hollow remained a beacon of balance, a place where the wisdom of the woods was cherished and the light of understanding shone brightly. Leora and Pip continued their journeys, guardians of the forest and storytellers of its secrets, ensuring that the harmony between village and nature endured for generations to come. The village thrived, nestled in the embrace of the whispering woods, a testament to the power of respect, understanding, and the timeless beauty of the natural world. 6. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony, he explained. The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life. Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. But what can we do if the balance is disturbed? He asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. We must listen, he replied. The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony. As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. The forest is alive, she said with awe, and we are a part of its story. Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth, she mused, a new chapter in its ancient tale. Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul. With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Fynn approached Orin. Fynn was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Fynn began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Fynn," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finn's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Fynn could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finn's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Fynn imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Fynn," Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, "with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony." Fynn nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Fynn said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Fynn trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Fynn shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Fynn, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature dance together in perfect harmony. Story 10. In a galaxy far beyond the familiar constellations, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds in the velvet sky, there existed a small, bustling planet named Lumina. Known for its glowing flora and gentle phosphorescent creatures, Lumina was a place where wonder seemed to sprout from every leaf and stone. Its people, the Luminians, were beings of light, radiating warmth and kindness from their very cores. One particularly luminous evening, as the twin moons of Lumina began their nightly waltz across the sky, a peculiar object streaked across the horizon, leaving a trail of glimmering stardust in its wake. This was the ship of Zorax, a traveler from the distant planet of Gorth, known for its towering mountains of ice and vast silent oceans. Zorax was a being of frost and shadow, whose heart, though often misunderstood, was as deep and vast as the ocean blue. Zorax had come to Lumina in search of a rare crystal that was said to harness the power of light itself, a treasure that could bring warmth to the endless winters of Gorth. As the ship landed gently in a meadow of softly glowing ferns, Zorax stepped out, his form cloaked in a swirling mist of icy vapor. Not far from where Zorax landed, a young Luminian named Lyra was tending to a garden of radiant flowers, their petals shimmering like tiny suns. Lyra, curious and brave, had never seen anyone quite like Zorax. Her heart flickered with both wonder and a touch of trepidation as she approached the newcomer, her light casting gentle beams across the meadow. "Greetings, traveler," Lyra called out, her voice as soft as the evening breeze. "What brings you to our luminous world?" Zorax, startled by the sudden presence, turned sharply. His icy aura met the warmth of Lyra's light, creating a shimmering halo around them both. "I seek the crystal of light," Zorax replied, his voice a deep, rolling tide. "It is said to be found in the heart of this planet." Lyra, sensing the sincerity in Zorax's quest, felt a flicker of empathy. "I know of the crystal you seek," she said gently, "but it is guarded by the Elder Glimmer, a wise but cautious guardian. Perhaps I can guide you." Thus began their journey across Lumina, a world where every step seemed to pulse with life and light. Lyra, with her innate connection to the land, knew the safest paths through the luminescent forest and across the shimmering streams. Zorax, though initially awkward amidst such radiant beauty, found himself drawn to the warmth of Lumina and the kindness of its people. As they traveled, Zorax and Lyra faced challenges that tested their resolve and deepened their bond. In the whispering woods, where shadows danced and whispered secrets, Zorax's ability to blend with the darkness protected them from mischievous forest sprites. Meanwhile, Lyra's light guided them through the maze of echoes, where reflections and illusions sought to lead travelers astray. In these trials, they discovered much about each other. Zorax learned that beneath the surface of Lumina's brilliance was a world of harmony and balance, where each creature had its place. Lyra discovered that Zorax's icy exterior concealed a heart capable of great warmth and kindness, particularly when he shared stories of his homeland's beauty, of ice sculptures that caught the sunlight and painted rainbows across the sky. Yet the greatest test lay ahead, deep within the crystal cavern, where the Elder Glimmer awaited. The cavern was a place of sublime beauty, with walls that shimmered like the night sky and a floor that sparkled with countless hues. Here, the air was thick with the energy of the crystals, humming with a gentle, soothing song. The Elder Glimmer, a being of ancient light, emerged from a crystalline alcove, its form shifting with colors and patterns that spoke of ages past. It regarded Zorax and Lyra with wise, knowing eyes. "Why do you seek the crystal of light, traveler from the stars?" the Elder Glimmer asked, its voice a melody of chimes and whispers. Zorax stepped forward, his heart open and honest. "My world knows only the cold embrace of ice and shadow," he explained. "I seek the crystal to bring warmth and light, so that my people might know the beauty of a sunlit day." The Elder Glimmer considered Zorax's words, then turned to Lyra. "And what say you, child of Lumina?" Lyra, feeling the weight of their journey and the bond they had forged, spoke with conviction. "Zorax has shown me the beauty of his heart, despite the chill of his world. I believe his intentions are pure, and that this crystal will bring new life to his land." The Elder Glimmer, seeing the sincerity and friendship between the two, nodded slowly. "Very well. The crystal shall be yours, But remember, its true power lies not in its light alone, but in the warmth of the hearts it touches. With that, a brilliant crystal detached from the cavern's ceiling, descending gently into Zorax's hands. Its light was a radiant beacon, casting a glow that mingled with the icy aura of Zorax, creating a harmonious blend of warmth and chill. Zorax and Lyra, their journey now complete, returned to the meadow where they had first met. There, beneath the twin moon's gentle gaze, they bid each other farewell, their hearts full of the friendship they had found. "Thank you, Lyra," Zorax said, his voice soft with emotion. "You have shown me that light and shadow can exist together, creating a beauty all their own." "And you, Zorax," Lyra replied, her light flickering warmly. "You have taught me that even the coldest of hearts can be warmed by friendship." As Zorax's ship lifted into the starlit sky, Lyra watched until it became a distant glimmer, knowing that their paths had crossed for a reason. The crystal, now on its way to Gorth, would not only bring warmth to a frigid land, but also serve as a reminder of the bond between two unlikely companions. Thus, across the galaxy, a new light shone, one born of understanding, kindness, and the true meaning of friendship. And in the hearts of those who had shared this journey, a warmth lingered, a testament to the power of connection and the beauty of differences that, when embraced, create harmony as radiant as the stars themselves. Story 11. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where sunlight danced through leaves in a mosaic of golden hues, nestled a quaint little village known as Willow Hollow. The village had always been a place of serenity and gentle magic, where the aroma of fresh-baked bread mingled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and laughter was a melody that often floated on the breeze. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and rose, the villagers gathered around the village square. They were there to celebrate the Harvest Moon Festival, a beloved tradition that marked the end of the harvest season with music, dancing, and stories by the fireside. However, as the evening wore on, a peculiar thing occurred. The lanterns, which usually glowed with a steady warm light, began to flicker and dim. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, their faces illuminated by the waning glow. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted young woman named Leora. She had a keen eye and a curious mind, both of which were well known throughout Willow Hollow. As the villagers murmured about the strange behavior of the lanterns, Leora felt a gentle tug at the edge of her curiosity. Determined to uncover the mystery, Leora set off into the forest, where the soft rustle of leaves accompanied her footsteps. The path was lined with towering oaks and graceful willows, their branches swaying in a rhythm known only to the forest itself. As she ventured deeper, Leora noticed a faint, silvery glow emanating from a nearby glen. Drawn to the light, she found herself in a clearing bathed in the ethereal luminescence of the moon. There, perched upon a moss-covered stone, was an owl of remarkable stature. Its feathers shimmered with hues of midnight blue and silver, and its eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless ages. "Good evening, Leora," the owl hooted softly, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Good evening," Leora replied, a smile playing on her lips. "I didn't expect to find company here." The owl chuckled gently. "The forest holds many secrets, and tonight it seems we share a common curiosity. The strange flickering of the lanterns, yes?" Leora nodded, her eyes wide with intrigue. "Do you know what might be causing it?" The owl tilted its head, considering. "There is a legend, whispered among the trees, of the moon sprites. These playful creatures are known to dance in the light of the full moon, and their laughter is said to dim even the brightest of lights." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora felt a spark of inspiration. Perhaps the sprites are responsible for the flickering lanterns, but why would they visit our village tonight? The owl's eyes twinkled with mirth. The sprites are drawn to joy and celebration. They might have been enticed by the music and laughter of your festival. Leora pondered this, her mind weaving possibilities. If the sprites are attracted to our joy, perhaps we can invite them to join our festivities rather than disrupt them. With a knowing nod, the owl spread its magnificent wings. "Wise indeed, young one. Extend an invitation and see how the magic unfolds." Thanking the owl for its guidance, Leora hurried back to the village, her heart alight with hope. She gathered the villagers, sharing the tale of the moon sprites and their penchant for revelry. The villagers listened with rapt attention, and soon a plan was formed. They decided to create a special area in the village square, adorned with silken ribbons and aromatic blossoms, as an offering to the sprites. As the preparations were completed, the villagers resumed their celebration, this time with a new sense of wonder and anticipation. They sang and danced, their joy echoing through the night air. As the music swelled and laughter filled the square, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a whisper of laughter not their own. The lanterns, which had been flickering timidly, now glowed with a steady, radiant light. And there, in the corner of the square, tiny figures emerged from the shadows, moon sprites, their forms shimmering like morning dew in the moonlight. They joined the festivities, their laughter mingling with that of the villagers, creating a harmony that resonated through the night. The festival continued until the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, marking not just the end of a celebration, but the beginning of a newfound friendship between Willow Hollow and the magical inhabitants of the forest. As the villagers returned to their homes, hearts full of wonder and contentment, Leora lingered for a moment longer, gazing at the forest edge where the owl had watched over them all. She knew that while the night had brought a mystery, it had also gifted them with a deeper understanding of the magic that wove through their world. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and dreams, Leora made her way home, the gentle glow of the lanterns lighting her path, a reminder of the unexpected joys that come when one embraces the unknown with an open heart. Story 12. In a distant corner of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels on a velvet curtain, lay a small, unassuming planet named Lyra. On this planet the air was sweet with the scent of blooming iridescent flowers, and the trees whispered gentle secrets through their emerald leaves. The inhabitants of Lyra were known for their gentle nature and kind hearts. Among them was a creature named Fynn, a small, furry being with eyes as bright as two shimmering moons. Fynn spent his days in the lush forests, collecting fallen star petals and singing to the soft winds. He was curious and loved to explore, but he had never ventured beyond the safety of his home. One day, as Fynn was gathering star petals, a strange sound echoed through the air, a metallic clinking that was foreign to the serene world of Lyra. Intrigued, Fynn followed the sound, his small feet padding silently over the mossy ground. To his surprise, he found a peculiar sight in a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. A large, metallic creature stood there, its surface gleaming under the warm light. It was unlike anything Fynn had ever seen, with limbs that clicked and whirred and a face that seemed to shift and change. This was Zora, a being from the distant planet of Xylar, known for its advanced technology and logical inhabitants. Zora had crash-landed on Lyra after a malfunction in her spacecraft, a sleek vessel designed for interstellar travel. She was a sentient robot, built with an intricate array of circuits and sensors, yet she felt a pang of something unfamiliar, a longing for connection. Her logical mind struggled to understand this emotion, one that she had not been programmed to experience. Fynn approached cautiously, his heart beating with a mix of fear and curiosity. "Hello," he called softly, his voice barely a whisper against the gentle breeze. Zora turned her head, her sensors adjusting to focus on the small creature before her. "Greetings," Zora replied, her voice smooth and metallic, yet carrying a hint of warmth. "I am Zora from Xylar. My vessel is damaged, and I am in need of assistance." Fynn blinked, his mind racing with questions. He had never met anyone from beyond Lyra, let alone someone so different. Yet, his kind heart urged him to help. "I am Fynn," he said, stepping closer. "Perhaps I can assist you. Lyra is my home, and its resources are yours to share." For the next few days, Fynn and Zora worked together to repair her spacecraft. Fynn gathered tools and materials from the forest, while Zora used her knowledge to mend the intricate systems of her vessel. At first, their interactions were stilted, hindered by misunderstandings and the vast differences between them. Zora's logical explanations often confused Fynn, while his whimsical chatter seemed nonsensical to her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Fynn and Zora sat together, resting from their day's work. The air was cool, and the gentle hum of the forest surrounded them. Fynn looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting the stars that began to appear. Do you ever feel small under the vastness of the universe? Fynn asked, his voice soft and contemplative. Zora paused, her circuits processing the question. I have never considered it, she replied. I am designed to calculate, to measure. Yet, there is something profound about the infinite expanse above. Fynn smiled, his heart warming. Perhaps that's why we are here, he said, to find our place in it, together. As they continued their work, Fynn and Zora began to understand each other better. Fynn learned to appreciate Zora's logical ways, finding comfort in her steadfast presence. Zora, in turn, discovered the beauty in Finn's whimsical nature, his ability to find joy in the simplest things. They faced challenges together, storms that threatened their progress, and nights where the cold wind howled through the trees, but each trial brought them closer. One day, as they were nearing the completion of their repairs, a storm rolled in, fierce and unyielding. The wind howled, and the rain lashed down with relentless fury. Fynn shivered, his fur soaked and clinging to his small frame. Zora, sensing his discomfort, extended a metallic arm to shield him from the worst of the storm. Thank you, Fynn murmured, leaning into her protective embrace. It is the least I can do, Zora replied, her voice gentle. You have given me more than I could have ever asked for. When the storm finally passed, the world was washed clean, and the air was crisp and fresh. The final repairs were made, and Zora's spacecraft was ready to take flight once more. Yet, as they stood together in the clearing, a heavy silence fell between them. I must return to Xylar, Zora said, her voice tinged with an unfamiliar sadness. Fynn nodded, his heart aching at the thought of parting. I will miss you, he said simply. Zora extended her hand, and Fynn placed his paw in it, feeling the warmth of their connection. I have learned much from you, Fynn, Zora said, about friendship, about feelings I never knew I could understand. Thank you. With a final, lingering look, Zora boarded her spacecraft. The engines hummed to life, and the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. As Fynn watched, a single tear slipped from his eye, catching the light like a falling star. But even as Zora disappeared among the stars, Fynn felt a warmth in his heart, a bond that would not fade with distance. He turned back toward the forest, knowing that he had gained something precious, a true friend. And somewhere far away, as Zora traveled through the vastness of space, she carried with her the memory of a small, kind-hearted creature from Lyra, and the understanding that friendship could bridge even the greatest of differences. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the stars, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, leaving an indelible mark on each other's hearts. And in that shared understanding, they found a sense of belonging that transcended worlds. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets of ages long past, there lay a hidden realm known only to the creatures who called it home. This enchanted forest was a place where reality and magic danced together under the canopy of emerald leaves, where the air was thick with the scent of moss and the earthy perfume of damp soil. Here, sunlight filtered through the branches in gentle streams, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor. The creatures of this forest lived in harmony, each playing a vital role in the delicate balance of their world. Among them were the whispering squirrels, whose bushy tails swept the woodland paths clear of fallen leaves, and the wise old owl, whose nightly watch ensured the safety of all who slumbered beneath the stars. The rabbits, with their soft fur and twinkling eyes, tended to the undergrowth, nibbling just enough to keep the brambles from overtaking the meadows, while the foxes, with their fiery coats, patrolled the boundaries, ensuring no harm came to this revered sanctuary. At the heart of the forest stood the great oak, its mighty branches stretching out like ancient arms embracing the sky. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of countless generations, its roots entwined with the very essence of the earth itself. Beneath the great oak, nestled in the crook of its roots, lived a gentle creature known as the Keeper. With eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself, the Keeper was a small, unassuming creature, covered in soft, mossy fur that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The Keeper had long been the guardian of the forest's secrets and the steward of its harmony. It was said that with a gentle touch, the Keeper could bring the seasons to life, coaxing the first flowers of spring from their slumber, or painting the leaves with the fiery hues of autumn. As each season unfolded, the keeper would gather the creatures of the forest together, sharing tales of wisdom and guiding them in the ways of balance and unity. One crisp autumn morning, as the air brimmed with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter's chill, a curious phenomenon swept through the forest. The creatures awoke to find that the usual transformation of the forest into a tapestry of gold and crimson had halted. Instead, a mysterious mist hung low among the trees, cloaking the forest in an ethereal veil that seemed to hum with a magical energy. Concerned, the foxes gathered at the great oak, their tails brushing the ground as they pondered this strange occurrence. "What does this mean, Keeper?" asked the eldest fox, his voice a gentle rumble like distant thunder. The Keeper, with a soft, calming presence, stepped forward. "The mist is a sign," it explained, its voice as soothing as the rustling leaves. "It is a reminder that our world is woven with magic, and sometimes that magic needs a gentle nudge to restore its balance." With that, the Keeper led the creatures on a journey through the forest, guiding them with stories of ancient times when the forest had faced similar challenges. As they walked, the Keeper encouraged the creatures to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the rivers, for within those melodies lay the answers they sought. The forest creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom of the world around them. They heard the gentle murmur of the brook as it danced over smooth stones, and the soft rustle of leaves as the wind wove its way through the branches. With each step, they felt the earth beneath their paws and claws, a reminder of their connection to the land. As they traveled deeper into the forest, they came upon a glade bathed in soft sunlight, where the mist seemed to gather in swirling tendrils. Here the Keeper paused, its eyes sparkling with understanding. "This mist is a gift," it said softly, "a reminder that change is a part of life, and with change comes renewal." With that, the Keeper reached out a gentle paw, touching the mist with a tender grace. The creatures watched in awe as the mist began to shimmer and dance, transforming into delicate droplets of dew that sparkled like diamonds in the morning light. As the mist lifted, the vibrant colors of autumn emerged once more, painting the forest in shades of amber and crimson. The creatures marveled at the beauty before them, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. They knew that the forest had taught them a valuable lesson, one that would be passed down through generations, that true harmony lies in embracing change and trusting in the magic of the world around them. With the forest restored to its rightful glory, the creatures returned to their homes, carrying with them the Keeper's wisdom and the knowledge that together they could weather any storm. And as the forest settled into the rhythm of the seasons once more, the Keeper watched over them all, a gentle guardian in a world where reality and magic wove together as one. And so, under the watchful gaze of the great oak and the tender care of the Keeper, the ancient forest thrived in its timeless embrace, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the magic of nature's harmonious dance. Story 14. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling forest, there lay a small village called Willow. The village was cradled by towering trees with leaves that whispered secrets to the wind and danced in the golden sunlight. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers and fresh earth, creating a haven of tranquility for its inhabitants. However, nestled deeper within this enchanted forest was a mystery that few had dared to explore. In this village lived a kind-hearted boy named Fynn. Fynn was known for his gentle nature and his insatiable curiosity about the world around him. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, he had a way of making even the most ordinary day seem extraordinary. His closest companion was a wise old fox named Rena, whose fur was the rich hue of russet and whose eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 stories. One serene morning, as the sun filtered through the canopy of leaves, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, Fynn and Rena embarked on their daily adventure. Today, however, there was a peculiar excitement in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation. "Do you feel it, Rena?" Fynn asked, his voice barely a whisper over the soft rustling of leaves. "Something is different today." Rena, with her sharp senses, nodded. The forest is alive with whispers. There's magic afoot, Fynn. Guided by an invisible pull, the pair wandered deeper into the woods than they had ever ventured before. The trees grew taller and the light more ethereal, casting an almost dreamlike glow upon their path. As they walked, a gentle breeze carried the faint melody of a song, haunting and beautiful, beckoning them onward. Their journey led them to a hidden glen, where the forest seemed to hold its breath. In the center of the glen, beneath the protective embrace of an ancient oak, lay a shimmering pool. The water was unlike anything Fynn had ever seen, silvery and iridescent, as if stars had been captured and liquefied. Fynn approached the pool, mesmerized. As he peered into its depths, he saw not his own reflection, but a vision, a hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was a realm where creatures of legend roamed free, where the skies were painted with colors unseen by human eyes, and where the very air hummed with magic. Rena padded to his side, her eyes reflecting the wonder of the sight before them. "This is no ordinary pool, Fynn. It's a gateway." "A gateway?" Fynn repeated, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. "Yes," Rena confirmed, "a gateway to the hidden world of Eldorel. Few have ever crossed its threshold, for it appears only to those with pure hearts and noble intentions." Finn's mind raced with possibilities, but he knew that such a journey was not to be taken lightly. "What should we do, Rena?" Rena, with the wisdom of her years, replied. "Perhaps this is a chance for us to learn and grow. The world of Eldorel may hold answers to questions we have yet to ask." With a deep breath, Fynn reached out and touched the surface of the pool. Instantly, the world around them shifted, and they found themselves standing in a landscape that was both familiar and foreign. The trees here were taller, their leaves shimmering with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with life. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of possibilities. In this wondrous place, Fynn and Rena encountered beings of incredible beauty and grace. Elves with eyes like moonlit pools, fairies that flitted about like sparkles of light, and gentle giants whose laughter rumbled like distant thunder. Each creature greeted them with warmth and curiosity, for visitors from the world beyond were rare and revered. As they explored Eldorel, Fynn and Rena learned of a great challenge facing this hidden world. The Heartstone, a magical object that sustained the balance and harmony of Eldorel, had been stolen. Without it, the land would wither and fade, and the magic that infused every leaf and stream would be lost forever. Determined to help, Fynn and Rena set out on a quest to retrieve the Heartstone. Along the way, they befriended an unlikely ally, a young dragon named Luminous, whose scales shimmered like molten gold. Luminous had been shunned by his own kind for his small size and gentle nature, yet his heart was as courageous as any hero's. Together, the trio journeyed through enchanted forests, across sparkling rivers, and over towering mountains. They faced challenges that tested their courage and wit, a labyrinth of shifting sands, a bridge guarded by riddles, and a storm that threatened to tear the sky asunder. Yet, with each obstacle, their friendship grew stronger and their resolve deepened. It was during one of these trials, as they rested under the twinkling canopy of Eldorel's night sky, that Fynn reflected on the journey. "I've learned so much, Rena, not just about this world, but about myself. I never knew I could be so brave." Rena, ever the wise companion, nuzzled him gently. "Courage is not the absence of fear, Fynn, but the strength to face it. This journey has changed you, and that is the true magic." At last, their quest led them to a cavern deep within the heart of Eldorel, where the Heartstone was kept. It was guarded by an ancient being, the Keeper of Time, whose eyes were as old as the stars. "To retrieve the Heartstone, you must answer this," the Keeper intoned, his voice like the echo of ages past. "What is the greatest power in all the realms?" Fynn thought of all he had seen and learned. The magic of Eldorel was wondrous, but it was not the answer. The creatures they had met were powerful, yet that was not it either. Then he looked at Rena and Luminous, and the answer came to him. "The greatest power," Fynn said, his voice steady and sure, "is friendship. It is the bond that unites us, gives us strength, and helps us overcome even the greatest challenges." The Keeper of Time smiled, a gentle, knowing smile, and stepped aside. "You have answered wisely, young Fynn. The Heartstone is yours to take." With the Heartstone returned to its rightful place, the land of Eldorel blossomed once more. its magic flowing freely and abundantly. The creatures of the realm rejoiced, and Fynn, Rena, and Luminous were hailed as heroes. As a token of gratitude, the beings of Eldorel bestowed upon Fynn a small, enchanted acorn, a reminder of his journey and the friendships he had forged. They also gave Rena a cloak woven from starlight, and Luminous a crown of ivy that symbolized his newfound acceptance and strength. With their hearts full and spirits light, Fynn and Rena bid farewell to their friends in Eldorel and returned to their own world. The shimmering pool that had been their gateway faded into the mists of the forest, leaving behind only the whisper of its magic in the air. Back in Willowbrook, life continued as it always had, yet Fynn carried with him the lessons of Eldorel. He understood now that true magic lay not in objects or abilities, but in the connections we forge with others and the courage to embrace change. Every evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Fynn would sit by the ancient oak tree in the hidden glen, sharing stories of his adventures with the villagers. And by his side, always was Rena, her eyes filled with the warmth of 1,000 tales. And so the story of Fynn, Rena, and their journey to the hidden world of Eldorel became a cherished legend in Willowbrook, a reminder that with a pure heart, a noble spirit, and the power of friendship, even the most ordinary of us can achieve the extraordinary. And in the heart of the forest, the leaves continued to whisper their secrets, the wind carried the echo of a distant song, and the world was a little more magical for those who knew where to look. As the story drew to a close, the warm glow of the fireplace cast a comforting light across the room, and the gentle crackle of the flames lulled listeners into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the wonders of Eldorel and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming starflowers, there lay the quaint village of Luminara. It was a place where the cobblestones glowed softly underfoot and the lanterns flickered with a gentle, otherworldly light. Nestled between hills that hummed with the songs of ancient times, Luminara was a haven of peace and wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar thing happened. The villagers noticed that the luminous cobblestones, which usually shone with a soft but steady glow, began to flicker erratically. It was as if they were trying to communicate, blinking in a pattern that no one could quite discern. Amidst this mysterious occurrence, young Amelia, known for her keen sense of observation and gentle heart, sat on the porch of her cottage watching the lights dance. She was a thoughtful girl with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Her companion, a wise old cat named Nimbus, perched beside her, his fur shimmering in the twilight like a cloak of midnight velvet. "Something is amiss, Nimbus," Amelia whispered, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. Nimbus, with his knowing eyes, gave a slow, deliberate blink, as if to agree. The next morning, Amelia set out to uncover the mystery of the flickering lights. She strolled through the village, greeting the shopkeepers and artisans who were busy setting up their wares. The smell of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of honeysuckle, creating an aroma that was both comforting and invigorating. As she wandered, Amelia noticed subtle clues that something magical was afoot. The birds, usually so melodious, were silent, and the flowers seemed to sway in an unusual rhythm, as though listening to a tune only they could hear. Determined to solve the mystery, Amelia made her way to the edge of the village, where the whispering wood stood tall and ancient. It was said that the forest held wisdom older than time itself, and that those who listened carefully might hear the whispers of the ancients. There she met Bramble, a friendly forest sprite with wings like delicate leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. Bramble had always been a helpful ally, guiding villagers with gentle nudges and playful hints. "Good day, Amelia," Bramble chirped, alighting on a branch with a flutter. "I see you've noticed the lights." "Yes, Bramble," Amelia replied, smiling warmly. "Do you know why they're flickering?" Bramble nodded, his wings rustling like a soft breeze. "The lights are trying to speak, but their message is tangled. The source of the disturbance lies deeper in the woods." With Bramble as her guide, Amelia ventured into the forest, the path beneath her feet soft and springy with moss. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp leaves. As they walked, Bramble hummed a lilting tune, and Nimbus followed, his eyes ever watchful. They soon arrived at a clearing where the air shimmered with magic. In the center stood an ancient stone, covered in glowing runes that pulsed gently. It was the Heartstone, a relic from a time long forgotten, said to be the source of Luminara's light. As Amelia approached, she noticed that the runes were shifting, struggling to form a coherent pattern. "It's as if they're trying to tell us something," she mused. Nimbus padded forward, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. He pressed a paw against the stone, and a low hum resonated through the air. Bramble fluttered closer, his eyes wide with understanding. "The Heartstone's message is muddled because it's been disturbed," Bramble explained. "Something is blocking its magic." Amelia pondered this, her mind turning over the possibilities. She thought of the recent storm, the strongest in years, which had swept through the forest with wild abandon. Could the storm have caused this? She wondered aloud. Bramble nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps debris has shifted, or the roots of the great trees have tangled the Heartstone's magic. Determined to set things right, Amelia, with guidance from Bramble and Nimbus, began to clear the area. She gently moved fallen branches and leaves, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the forest. As she worked, the sun broke through the canopy, casting dappled light that danced across the clearing. With each piece of debris she removed, the runes on the Heartstone grew steadier, their glow more consistent. Finally, as the last branch was lifted away, the runes settled into a harmonious pattern, their light bright and clear. A gentle breeze swirled around them, lifting the leaves in a joyful dance, and the birds began to sing once more, their melodies sweet and pure. The Heartstone pulsed with a warm, steady glow, its message clear and serene. "Thank you, Amelia," Bramble said, his voice filled with gratitude. "The Heartstone's light will guide Luminara once more." Amelia smiled, her heart full of warmth and contentment. She knew that with each small act of care and attention, the world around her grew a little brighter. As she and Nimbus made their way back to the village, the cobblestones beneath their feet glowed with a steady, reassuring light. The villagers, seeing the familiar glow restored, went about their day with a renewed sense of peace. That evening, as the stars twinkled overhead and the village settled into a gentle slumber, Amelia sat once more on her porch. Nimbus curled beside her, purring softly. She gazed at the serene village, her heart light and her spirit calm. The mystery had been solved, not by magic alone, but through observation, care, and the wisdom of friendship. And as the night embraced Luminara, Amelia knew that the village would always be a place of wonder and gentle magic, where even the smallest acts could light up the world. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering trees stood tall and the canopy danced with dappled sunlight, lay a hidden world known only to those who dared to listen. This world, veiled in the emerald tapestry of leaves and the symphony of birdsong, was home to creatures whose lives were entwined with the very essence of the forest. The creatures of this realm were not ordinary by any means. They were the keepers of the seasons, beings entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance of nature. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with patterns resembling the rings of ancient trees. Thistle had seen many seasons pass and was revered for his deep understanding of the natural world. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest floor was carpeted with a mosaic of amber and scarlet leaves, Thistle made his way to the clearing where the keepers gathered. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the crispness of the changing season. As Thistle approached, he was greeted by the gentle flutter of wings as Luna, a graceful butterfly with wings like stained glass, settled beside him. "Thistle," Luna began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "there is a disturbance in the harmony of the forest. The winds whisper of an imbalance that threatens the coming winter." Thistle nodded, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "Indeed, Luna, the forest has felt the shift. It is time to seek the guidance of the elder oak." The elder oak was a tree as old as the forest itself, its bark twisted and gnarled, bearing witness to centuries of change. Its roots spread deep into the earth, connecting it to every creature and plant. As Thistle and Luna approached, the air crackled with an energy that was both ancient and alive. The oak's deep voice resonated through the clearing like the low rumble of thunder. "Welcome, keepers. What brings you to my roots?" Thistle spoke with reverence. "Wise oak, the balance of our forest is threatened. We seek your counsel to restore harmony before winter's embrace." The elder oak's leaves rustled in a thoughtful sigh. The seasons are a dance, each step in perfect rhythm with the next. When one falters, the dance is disrupted. You must find the source of this imbalance. As the elder oak's words settled in the air, a gentle breeze ruffled Luna's wings, carrying with it the scent of pine and distant rain. "I have heard whispers from the north," she said. "The river that feeds our forest has slowed, and the creatures who rely on its waters are in distress." Thistle, with his steady gaze, nodded. "Then we must journey to the river and discover what ails it." With the resolve of ancient guardians, Thistle and Luna set off through the forest, their path guided by the songs of birds and the rustle of creatures in the underbrush. The forest was alive with the colors of autumn, each leaf a brushstroke in a masterpiece of nature. As they neared the river, the sound of trickling water dwindled to a mere whisper. The riverbank, usually vibrant with life, was eerily silent. Fish swam sluggishly in the shallow waters, and the reeds bent low, as if burdened by unseen weight. Standing by the river's edge was Willow, a gentle deer whose antlers were adorned with vines and blossoms. Her eyes, pools of deep understanding, met Thistle's. "I have awaited your arrival," she said. "The river's spirit is restless, its flow hindered by a blockage upstream." Thistle listened, the gravity of the situation settling within him. "We shall find this blockage and restore the river's song." Guided by Willow, they followed the river's path, venturing deeper into the forest where the trees grew denser and the air was thick with the scent of moss and damp earth. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in soft beams, illuminating their way. At last, they arrived at the source of the river's distress. A great tangle of fallen branches and debris had formed a dam, obstructing the river's flow. The once vibrant waters were now a stagnant pool, deprived of their life-giving movement. Luna fluttered above the dam, her wings casting iridescent shadows on the water. "We must clear the way for the river to breathe again." With determination, Thistle, Luna, and Willow set to work. Thistle, with his steady strength, began to shift the branches, while Luna used her grace to delicately lift smaller twigs and leaves. Willow, with her gentle yet firm nudges, helped to dislodge the stubborn debris. As they worked, the forest seemed to hold its breath, watching in silent anticipation. Slowly, the dam began to give way, and the river's spirit stirred. Water trickled, then rushed, as the blockage was dismantled, piece by piece. With one final heave, the last branch was freed, and the river surged forward, a joyous cascade of sparkling blues and silvers. The sound of rushing water filled the air, a symphony of life and renewal. Fish darted joyfully beneath the surface, and the reeds swayed in a dance of gratitude. The creatures gathered by the river's edge, their eyes reflecting the joy of restored balance. The elder oak's voice echoed through the forest, a gentle benediction. "You have restored the dance of the seasons, dear keepers. The forest sings once more." Thistle, Luna, and Willow stood together, their hearts warmed by the harmony they had rekindled. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, had taught them that even the smallest actions, when done with love and unity, could heal the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The river flowed steadily, a lullaby of enduring life. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality entwined, the keepers of the seasons watched over their beloved home, ensuring that the dance of nature would forever continue. And as the night embraced the world, a gentle breeze carried the promise of another harmonious day. Story 17. Once upon a twilight eve, as the last rays of sun filtered through the towering canopy, a wise old oak tree stirred to life. Her bark creaked and groaned like an ancient storyteller clearing her throat, calling the forest creatures to gather near. One by one, they emerged from their woodland homes, scurrying squirrels, bounding rabbits, fluttering songbirds, and lumbering bears. Even the shyest woodland sprites peeked out, their gossamer wings catching the golden light. "My little ones," the oak's voice rumbled, rich as fertile soil. The equinox approaches, a time of balance when day meets night as equals. It is a sacred moment when the veil between our world and the world of magic grows thin. The forest held its breath, captivated, for it was during the equinox that wondrous, unexplained phenomena oft occurred. Autumn leaves that danced in mesmerizing patterns, spring rains that carried the fragrance of 1,000 blossoms, winter snows that sparkled like diamonds. During this time, the oak continued, we must respect the ancient harmonies, as our ancestors once did. Let no footprint, no twig broken, no stream muddied, upset the equilibrium we have nurtured since the dawning of this forest. Her branches stretched skyward, and all watched in hushed awe as a million fireflies blinked to life amid the emerald boughs. Their radiance intensified, merging into an ethereal, pulsating light that coalesced into shimmering forms, deer, wolves, eagles, and other beasts of myth and legend. The oak's voice grew solemn and reverent. Behold the forest ancients, the guardians of nature's sacred balance, made manifest on this holiest of nights. They emerge from the spirit realm to guide us, as they have guided every woods-dwelling creature throughout the ages. The magical apparition slowly began to circle the gathered animals, emanating an aura of profound serenity and peace. Their spectral shapes constantly shifted, flowing like living brushstrokes across a canvas of shadow and light. A great stag materialized before the oak tree, its massive antlers adorned with vines and blossoms of every season. In a voice that resonated across the forest, deep as a mountain's roots, yet light as the wind's whisper, it spoke. We are the sentinels of this eternal, yet ever-renewing verdant realm. We who have witnessed the turning of a million seasons, the greening and wilting of countless trees, the ebbing and flowing of streams and rivers since time immemorial. The stag stamped the earth with its mighty hooves, and a kaleidoscope of flower petals exploded upwards in a breathtaking spiral. Heed our counsel, children of fur and feather, branch and bark. Respect the boundaries between our worlds, yet cherish the cyclical harmony that binds all life as one. A soft rain began to fall, but these were no ordinary droplets. Each shimmered with a miniature rainbow contained within, refracting the firefly's glow into a million points of brilliance. As the seasons turn, so too does the cycle of life renew itself, the stag intoned. What was once barren and frozen shall spring forth with vibrant color. What was lush and verdant shall slumber once more, only to reawaken when nature's eternal dance begins anew. The twinkling pyre of the ancients' forms rose high into the night air, spiraling in a double helix like the strands of all existence intertwined. Their voices merged into a chorus of the wind, the rush of waters, the whispering of leaves. Live in harmony, cherish your woodland home, and the magic will never fade. The brilliant lights climbed higher and higher until at last they winked out with a celestial sigh, fading back into the stuff of dreams and legends. A contemplative quiet fell over the creatures huddled beneath the oak's sheltering embrace. Many equinoxes would come and go, yet on these rare nights of ephemeral balance, the forest ancients would return to impart their timeless wisdom. So it had been since the dawning of the woods, and so it would remain until the last leaf had fallen, the final stream run dry. For in this ethereal grove-bound realm, the cycles and seasons of the natural world would forever spin their ancient, rejuvenating magic. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by rolling hills and sheltered by whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Fynn. The village, known as Mistwood, was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing the sun to spill golden light over cobblestone paths and thatched cottages adorned with climbing roses. It was a place where laughter often danced through the air, mingling with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread and the earthy perfume of rain-soaked earth. Fynn, a young lad with a heart as tender as the first blush of dawn, was known for his kindness and a peculiar gift. He could speak to the animals. This ability was not something learned or taught. It was as natural to Fynn as breathing. From an early age, he found solace in the company of creatures great and small, from the smallest field mouse to the majestic stag that roamed the forest's edge. The animals trusted him, often bringing him trinkets and treasures they found, a shiny pebble, a feather, or sometimes a particularly vibrant leaf. The heart of Mistwood was its ancient, sprawling forest, a place brimming with secrets and untold stories. Fynn spent countless hours wandering its depths, his feet crunching over fallen leaves as he listened to the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling branches. Yet, despite his familiarity with the woods, there remained one part he had never ventured into, the Grove of Echoes. The Grove of Echoes was a secluded glade, whispered about in hushed tones by the villagers. It was said that those who entered could hear the voices of the past carried on the wind, a place where time overlapped and memories lingered like morning mist. The grove, encircled by ancient oaks whose gnarled branches reached skyward like beseeching arms, was both feared and revered. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a warm glow over the landscape, Fynn awoke with an unshakable feeling that today was the day he would finally visit the Grove of Echoes. The animals seemed to sense his resolve, gathering around him as he prepared for his journey. A wise old owl, whose feathers were speckled with the silver of age, perched on Finn's shoulder and softly hooted encouragement. With a satchel slung over his shoulder, packed with provisions and a small notebook to record his thoughts, Fynn set off toward the forest. The air was filled with the ripe scent of fallen apples and the crispness of the season's change. As he walked, the forest seemed to welcome him, the path unfolding like a ribbon of earth beneath his feet. The journey to the grove was one of contemplation and discovery. Along the way, Fynn encountered a fox with fur like burnished copper, who shared tales of hidden burrows and secret paths. A family of deer wandered alongside him for a time, their soft eyes reflecting the quiet wisdom of the woods. Finally, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Fynn reached the edge of the Grove of Echoes. The air here was different, charged with a gentle energy that hummed just beneath the surface. The grove was a cathedral of nature, its towering trees forming arches through which the evening light streamed like liquid gold. Taking a deep breath, Fynn stepped into the grove, feeling the world shift around him as if he had crossed into another realm. The air was alive with whispers, a gentle murmur that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Fynn closed his eyes, allowing the voices to wash over him, each one distinct yet part of a greater whole. Among the myriad voices, one stood out, a soft, melodic lilt that seemed to beckon him deeper into the grove. Intrigued, Fynn followed the sound until he reached a small clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering, translucent orb. The orb pulsed gently with an inner light, casting delicate patterns on the forest floor. It was a thing of beauty and mystery, and as Fynn approached, he felt a connection, as if the orb was an extension of his own heart. Hesitant yet compelled, he reached out and touched the orb with trembling fingers. In that moment, the grove fell silent, the whispers ceasing as if holding their breath. The orb responded to Finn's touch, glowing brighter and enveloping him in a cocoon of warmth and light. Images began to flicker before his eyes, moments from the past, scenes of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. Fynn saw his village in times long past, the faces of those who had walked the same paths he now trod. He saw celebrations and farewells, moments of bravery and compassion, each one etched into the fabric of the grove. And then he saw something else, a vision of the future, one that filled him with hope and a sense of purpose. The vision showed him a village united, where the bonds between people and nature were stronger than ever. It was a place where his gift of speaking to animals played a vital role, fostering understanding and harmony. Fynn realized that his journey to the grove was not just for himself, but for Mistwood and all who called it home. As the vision faded, Fynn felt a gentle tug at his heart, as if the grove was urging him to return and share what he had learned. He took a deep breath, savoring the moment before stepping back from the pedestal. The whispers resumed, this time carrying a note of encouragement and gratitude. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and determination, Fynn made his way back through the forest, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the orb, which now rested in his satchel. The animals greeted him with joy upon his return, sensing the change within him. Back in the village, Fynn gathered the villagers together and shared the tale of his journey. He spoke of the Grove of Echoes and the visions he had seen, of a future built on kindness, cooperation, and respect for all living things. His words resonated with the villagers, inspiring them to work together to create the world he had envisioned. From that day forward, the village of Mistwood thrived as never before. The bond between people and nature grew ever stronger, with Fynn at the heart of it all, guiding with wisdom and compassion. The Grove of Echoes became a place of pilgrimage, a reminder of the past and a beacon of hope for the future. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle night breeze rustled through the leaves, Fynn lay down to sleep, his heart filled with peace. He knew that the journey was just beginning, and with his friends by his side, there was nothing they couldn't achieve. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under the watchful gaze of the moon, the whispers of the grove lingered, a lullaby of dreams yet to come. And in the heart of Mistwood, surrounded by the warmth of friendship and the magic of the forest, Fynn slept, content in the knowledge that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Story 19. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang a lullaby to the earth, there stood a quaint little cottage made of cobblestones and timber. Its chimney puffed wisps of smoke that curled like tendrils in the crisp, cool air, a sign of warmth and comfort within. Inside, nestled by the hearth, was a young woman named Maeve, her heart as restless as the wind that whispered through the trees. Maeve had always loved her home, the forest, and the creatures that inhabited it. Yet, deep within her chest, there lay a stirring, a yearning for something beyond the familiar, though she knew not what it was. Change, she thought, was a formidable beast that she had always been wary of. It loomed like a shadow, whispering promises and threats in equal measure, leaving her both intrigued and frightened. Her dearest friend, a wise old owl named Bramble, often perched by her window at dusk, his eyes glinting like amber jewels in the fading light. Bramble had watched Maeve grow from a curious child into a thoughtful young woman. He sensed her inner turmoil and sought to guide her gently through it. Maeve, Bramble cooed one evening as the sky blushed with the colors of the setting sun. Change is the breath of life, the wind that carries us to where we are meant to be. Fear not its presence, for it is through change that we discover our true selves. Maeve listened, the warmth of the fire casting a golden glow across her thoughtful face. She knew Bramble spoke with the wisdom of the ages, but her heart still clenched at the thought of stepping into the unknown. One morning, as the forest awoke with the symphony of chirping birds and the scent of dew-kissed earth, Maeve decided to take a walk along the winding paths that threaded through the woodland. Her feet carried her to a part of the forest she had never ventured before, where the trees grew taller and the air hummed with a strange magic. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a glade bathed in ethereal light. In its center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying like the gentle arms of a dancer. Beneath the tree sat an elderly woman with hair as silvery as moonlight and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of countless years. "Welcome, Maeve," the woman greeted, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Seraphina, guardian of the glade. It seems you have come seeking answers." Maeve hesitated, the words she wished to say caught in her throat, but the gentle presence of Seraphina coaxed them forth. "I feel lost," Maeve confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am afraid of leaving behind what I know, yet I yearn for something more." Seraphina smiled, her gaze tender and understanding. "The journey of the heart is not always easy, dear one, but it is through embracing change that you will find your path. Let the magic of the forest guide you." With a wave of her hand, Seraphina conjured a soft, glowing light that hovered before Maeve, beckoning her to follow. As Maeve pursued the light through the forest, she began to notice things she had never seen before. The intricate patterns of frost on leaves, the delicate dance of sunlight on water, the symphony of life in every rustle and chirp. Each step she took was like a thread weaving new patterns in the tapestry of her soul, the fear of change gradually giving way to wonder and discovery. She felt the forest alive with magic, mirroring the transformation blooming within her. Days turned to weeks, and Maeve found herself returning to the glade often, her heart growing lighter with each visit. She shared her thoughts and dreams with Bramble and Seraphina, who listened with gentle patience, offering wisdom that soothed her doubts like a balm. One evening, as the sky was painted with hues of indigo and silver, Maeve stood in the glade, her heart swelling with a newfound clarity. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was a journey, a dance of discovery where each step brought her closer to her true self. With this realization, the magic of the forest enveloped her, a gentle embrace that filled her with warmth and light. Maeve felt her spirit soar, free and unburdened, as if she had finally found her wings. As she returned to her cottage one last time, Maeve knew that she was ready to embrace whatever lay beyond the forest's edge. Her heart was no longer restless, but alive with the thrill of possibility. Bramble and Seraphina watched her with fond pride, knowing that their friend had found her path. "The world is vast and beautiful," Bramble said softly. "Go, and let your heart lead the way." And so, with a heart full of courage and eyes wide with wonder, Maeve stepped into a future bright with promise, the whispers of the forest echoing in her soul like a gentle lullaby, guiding her on her journey of endless discovery. Story 20. In a small corner of the galaxy where stardust twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, two planets spun in the gentle embrace of time. One was the lush, emerald world of Veridonia, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora and the rustle of leaves sang a melody of tranquility. The other was the silvery, crystalline planet of Glaciera, where the surface shimmered with ice that captured the colors of the aurora, painting the sky in breathtaking hues of pink and blue. On Veridonia lived Silas, a gentle botanist with skin that glowed like the morning sun and eyes as deep and green as the oldest forest. Silas had a quiet passion for nurturing life, and his days were spent tending to the vibrant gardens that spread across the valleys of his home. On Glaciera resided Leora, a curious inventor with hair as white as spun snow and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Leora's mind was a whirl of creativity, forever inventing new devices to explore the mysteries of her icy world. Their paths crossed in the most unexpected of ways. The Galactic Council, seeking to foster peace and understanding between the diverse worlds, organized an interplanetary exchange program. Silas and Leora were chosen as representatives of their respective planets, tasked with visiting one another's homes to learn and share their unique ways of life. Silas's arrival on Glaciera was a spectacle. His ship descended through the crystalline clouds, casting rainbows across the ice below. Leora watched with awe, her heart a mix of excitement and apprehension. She had never met someone from another planet before, and the stories of lush Veridonia seemed like fairy tales to her. Their first meeting was awkward, as miscommunications and cultural differences surfaced like bumps on a frozen path. Silas offered Leora a seed from one of Veridonia's most treasured plants, hoping to share a piece of his world's beauty. But Leora, unfamiliar with the traditions of Veridonia, misunderstood and thought it was a sign of challenge rather than friendship. Despite the initial misunderstanding, Silas and Leora embarked on their journey of discovery. Leora showed Silas her inventions, including a device that harnessed the auroras to create energy. Silas marveled at the ingenuity, his fingers tracing the delicate mechanisms with wonder. In return, he introduced Leora to the concept of nurturing life, showing her the potential of growing a garden even in the icy landscapes of Glaciera. As days turned into weeks, their awkwardness melted away like snow under the sun. They faced challenges together, such as when a sudden ice storm threatened to destroy Leora's workshop. Silas, using his knowledge of plants, helped Leora reinforce the structure with a special vine he had brought from Veridonia, which grew strong and resilient even in the coldest climates. In the warmth of Leora's workshop, lit by the soft glow of the auroras, they found moments of mutual support. Silas listened patiently as Leora shared her dreams of exploring the stars, while she, in turn, listened to his tales of the vibrant life on Veridonia. They learned to see the world through each other's eyes, finding beauty in the unfamiliar. One evening, as they sat under the shimmering sky, Leora gifted Silas a small, intricate device she had crafted. It was a tiny replica of the Aurora generator, meant to capture a piece of Glaciera's essence. Silas, touched by the gesture, realized it was not just a token, but a symbol of the friendship they had forged. Their time together drew to a close, and with it came the realization of how much they had grown. Silas and Leora stood side by side, gazing at the horizon where the colors of twilight danced with the stars. They understood that despite their differences, they had discovered a bond stronger than any challenge they had faced. As Silas prepared to return to Veridonia, he knew that the friendship he had found with Leora was a treasure he would carry with him always. Leora, watching his ship ascend into the starry sky, felt a warmth in her heart that would forever remind her of the gentle botanist from the Emerald World. In the end, Silas and Leora learned that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, rooted in understanding, nurtured by kindness, and blossoming in the light of shared experiences. And as the galaxy spun on, they knew that somewhere out there, beneath the same vast sky, their hearts would always be connected by the unbreakable bond of friendship. Story 21. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wove between charming cottages and the scent of blooming lavender sweetened the air, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curious nature, often seen wandering the village with her golden curls bouncing in rhythm with her lively footsteps. But it was on a particularly gusty autumn afternoon, as she explored the attic of her grandmother's old house, that Clara's life began to change. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten relics. Dusty books lined sagging shelves, and trunks brimming with faded photographs whispered tales of yesteryear. Amongst these storied objects, Clara's eyes were drawn to a peculiar mirror, its silver frame intricately carved with swirling vines and tiny woodland creatures. As she wiped away the years of dust from its surface, she was startled to find not her own reflection, but a shimmering, enchanted forest. The forest in the mirror was alive with vibrant hues of emerald and azure, leaves twinkling like 1,000 tiny stars. Clara felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the mirror itself beckoned her to step inside. She hesitated, her heart fluttering with equal parts excitement and caution, but the curiosity that defined her spirit triumphed. With a deep breath and a hopeful heart, Clara reached out to the glass. To her astonishment, her hand passed through the mirror as if it were a gentle waterfall. With one more step, Clara found herself standing amidst the enchanted forest. The air was crisp and filled with the fragrance of pine and wildflowers. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a melodious whisper that seemed to welcome her. As Clara wandered deeper into the forest, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl named Oliver, perched majestically on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a patchwork of soft browns and creams, and his eyes glowed with the warmth of a summer sunset. "Welcome, young traveler," Oliver hooted softly, his voice echoing like a lullaby through the trees. "You have entered the Forest of Whispers, where magic and mystery entwine like the vines that cradle these woods." Clara listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "What brings me here, Oliver? And why was I able to step through that mirror?" "This forest chooses those with hearts that seek more than what is seen," Oliver explained, flapping his wings gently as if to emphasize his words. "There is a secret here that only you can uncover, a secret that will guide you and others." With Oliver's guidance, Clara set off on her journey, her steps cushioned by the soft, moss-covered ground. Along her path she met other inhabitants of the forest, a family of rabbits with fur as white as freshly fallen snow, who shared tales of the forest's history, a playful fox named Felix, whose laughter was as infectious as the babbling brook that ran beside the path, and a wise old tortoise named Tilda, who moved slowly but spoke with the wisdom of ages. It was Tilda who revealed the forest's challenge, a great riddle that protected the heart of the forest. The riddle was said to be unsolvable by force or haste, requiring instead a gentle touch of wisdom and patience. As the forest's guardian, Tilda entrusted Clara with this challenge. "The riddle speaks of balance," Tilda explained in her slow, measured tone. "It is about seeing beyond what is visible, understanding that every creature, every leaf, and even every shadow holds a part of the answer." Clara pondered the riddle as she continued her journey, her mind piecing together the stories and insights shared by her new friends. She realized that the answer lay not in the words themselves, but in the harmony of the forest, the way each element coexisted, supporting and nurturing one another. With this newfound understanding, Clara returned to Tilda, her heart steady and sure. "The answer is unity," she declared softly. "It is the connection between all things, the balance that sustains life." Tilda smiled, her eyes crinkling with approval. You have seen truly, dear child. The forest's magic is yours to share. As Clara spoke the solution aloud, the forest seemed to glow with a gentle light, as if acknowledging her wisdom. The mirror through which she had entered appeared before her once more, its surface now reflecting the serene beauty of the forest and the promise of new beginnings. With a grateful heart, Clara bid farewell to her friends, each one offering her a token of their time together. A feather from Oliver, a pebble from Tilda, a delicate flower from the rabbits, and a whispered secret from Felix. These gifts, though small, held the power of their friendship and the lessons she had learned. Stepping back through the mirror, Clara found herself once again in the attic, the dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. But something within her had changed. She carried the forest's magic in her heart, a magic of kindness, wisdom, and unity. From that day onward, Clara shared her tale with the villagers of Willowbrook, inspiring them to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to cherish the bonds they shared, and to approach every challenge with a gentle heart and an open mind. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where the cobblestone paths meandered like gentle streams, the legend of the enchanted mirror and the wise young girl who discovered its secret lived on, warming the hearts of those who listened, like the comforting glow of a crackling fireplace on a chilly evening. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village named Willowdale. It was a place where the cottages were adorned with mossy roofs, and the cobblestone paths were lined with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves served as the village's perpetual lullaby. Willowdale was home to many kind-hearted folks, but none as curious and gentle as young Fynn. Fynn was a boy of about 10 summers, with twinkling eyes the color of the sky at dawn, and a mop of curly hair that seemed to have a life of its own. His days were filled with exploring the woods, befriending animals, and helping his neighbors with small tasks. But what Fynn loved most was unraveling mysteries, for Willowdale, with its magical aura, often had its share of peculiar happenings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Fynn sat on the steps of his cottage, sipping a warm mug of chamomile tea. His peaceful evening was interrupted by the rustling of wings and a gentle hoot. It was Oliver, the wise old owl who lived in the ancient oak that stood sentinel at the edge of the village. "Evening, Oliver," Fynn greeted, his voice soft and welcoming. "Good evening, young Fynn," Oliver replied, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "I have come to share a curious tale that has reached my ears." Fynn leaned forward, intrigued. "What is it, Oliver?" The owl fluffed his feathers before speaking. "There have been strange happenings in the Whispering Woods. Lights flickering deep in the trees, whispers that seem to have a mind of their own, and the most curious of all, the sudden disappearance of the moonflower blooms." The moonflowers were special to Willowdale, blooming only under the light of the full moon and casting a silvery glow that filled the night with magic. The thought of them disappearing sent a shiver down Finn's spine, but it was more out of curiosity than fear. "Do you think there's a reason behind all of this?" Fynn asked, determined to unravel the mystery. "Perhaps," Oliver replied cryptically. "But remember, young Fynn, the forest has its wisdom. Sometimes the answers lie in listening and observing." Fynn nodded, his resolve firm. "I will investigate at first light." The next morning, Fynn set out just as the first rays of sun brushed the treetops. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of small creatures. As he walked, he noticed the subtle signs that something was amiss. The usual chorus of crickets was absent, and the air felt charged with anticipation. As Fynn ventured deeper into the woods, he came across a clearing where the grass seemed to shimmer under an invisible light. It was a place he had visited before, but today it felt different, almost enchanted. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Hello, young Fynn," the voice said, soft and melodic. Startled, Fynn looked around and saw a small, luminescent creature perched on a nearby toadstool. It was a moonbeam sprite, her wings delicate and iridescent, shimmering with the colors of the rainbow. "Hello," Fynn replied, his voice filled with wonder. "Are you the one who has been taking the moonflowers?" The sprite giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. Not taking, dear Fynn, but protecting. Protecting? Fynn echoed, curious. Yes, the sprite continued. The moonflowers are special, their glow a gift from the moon. But lately there's been a disturbance in the forest, an imbalance that threatens their magic. Fynn listened intently, piecing together the clues. The lights, the whispers, could they be connected? The sprite nodded. Indeed. The forest spirits are restless, their whispers often misheard as something ominous. They seek to restore balance, and the moonflowers are part of that harmony. Fynn thought for a moment, his mind working through the mystery. How can we help them find peace? By listening, the sprite replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. Sometimes the simplest answer is found in the quietest of places. With that, the sprite fluttered her wings and took flight, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in her wake. Fynn watched her go, his heart filled with determination. Over the next few days, Fynn returned to the clearing, sitting quietly and listening to the forest's whispers. He noticed the patterns in the rustling leaves, the rhythm in the calls of the birds, and the flow of the gentle breeze. Slowly he began to understand the language of the woods, a symphony of nature that was both ancient and wise. One evening, as the full moon rose high in the sky, Fynn returned to the clearing. The moonflowers, once hidden, began to bloom again, their silvery glow illuminating the night. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of harmony, the spirits at peace once more. As Fynn made his way back to Willowdale, he felt a sense of accomplishment and serenity. He had learned a valuable lesson, that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not by grand gestures, but by listening and understanding the world around us. Back in the village, Fynn shared his tale with Oliver, who listened with a proud smile. "You've done well, young Fynn," the owl said, his voice warm and comforting. "The forest and its creatures are grateful." Fynn smiled, feeling the warmth of Oliver's words wrap around him like a cozy blanket. As he settled into bed that night, the gentle glow of the moonflowers filled his dreams, a reminder of the magic and wisdom that lay just beyond the village, in the heart of the whispering woods. And so, with the mystery solved and the village of Willowdale at peace, Fynn drifted off to sleep, his heart full of wonder and his spirit at rest. The forest had shared its secrets with him, and in doing so had become a part of his own story, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle power of listening. Story 23. Once upon a time, in the heart of a velvety forest where the trees whispered secrets to the stars, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes mirrored the serene blue of a midsummer sky. Leora had lived in the village of Willowbrook all her life, sheltered by the familiar embrace of its cobblestone streets and the gentle babble of the nearby brook. Despite the village's comforting routine, Leora felt a restlessness fluttering inside her like a bird seeking the open sky. The villagers often remarked on her quiet demeanor and her tendency to wander along the forest edge, lost in thought. She longed for something she couldn't quite name, a change that both frightened and intrigued her. The forest surrounding Willowbrook was no ordinary woodland. It was said to be enchanted, filled with ancient magic that shifted with the seasons. Every evening, as twilight draped the village in a silvery glow, the trees would hum a low, melodious tune that only those with open hearts could hear. Leora, with her yearning spirit, often found solace in these twilight symphonies. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was thick with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Leora ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. As she walked, the leaves crunched softly underfoot like whispers of encouragement. The deeper she went, the more vibrant the forest became, as if each step unlocked a different hue of the world. Suddenly she stumbled upon a hidden glade, bathed in the soft, golden light of the setting sun. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom. Its branches reached out like welcoming arms, and nestled among its roots was a pool of shimmering, crystal-clear water. As Leora approached, she noticed the water swirling with iridescent colors, reflecting the myriad hues of a rainbow. Entranced, she knelt beside the pool and gazed into its depths. To her astonishment, the water began to ripple, forming images that danced across its surface. She saw herself, first as she was, then slowly transforming into something new, something more. Startled, Leora pulled back, but the vision lingered in her mind, a vision of potential, of a self she had yet to discover. Confused and curious, she returned to the village, the image of the magical pool etched into her thoughts. The next day, Leora confided in her closest friend, a gentle-hearted weaver named Marin. Marin, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages despite his youthful appearance, listened intently as Leora described the glade and the pool's mesmerizing vision. "Leora," Marin said softly, his voice like the comforting rustle of leaves, "it seems the forest has shown you a glimpse of your inner self, a self waiting to be embraced. Change can be daunting, but perhaps this is an invitation to discover who you are meant to become." Encouraged by Marin's words, Leora decided to revisit the glade, seeking the guidance of the ancient oak and the magical pool. Over the following weeks, she returned time and again, each visit revealing new insights and sparking subtle changes within her. The forest seemed to welcome her, wrapping her in its tranquility and infusing her with its timeless magic. One evening, as Leora sat by the pool, she noticed a tiny, delicate leaf floating on the surface. It glowed with an ethereal light, pulsing gently with each beat of her heart. Tentatively, she reached out and touched it. A warmth spread through her fingers, and suddenly she was filled with a profound understanding. The leaf whispered lessons of patience, of embracing uncertainty, and of the beauty in allowing oneself to grow naturally, like the unfolding of a flower. It spoke of the strength found in gentle persistence and the courage required to let go of the old to welcome the new. As the days turned into weeks and the forest transitioned from the fiery hues of autumn to the serene whites of winter, Leora found herself changing. Her confidence blossomed like a spring bud, and her spirit seemed to mirror the vibrant energy of the enchanted forest. She became more attuned to her surroundings, her senses heightened, and her heart opened to new possibilities. Leora's transformation did not go unnoticed by the villagers. They saw the newfound light in her eyes, the grace in her movements, and they too began to see the beauty of change reflected in their own lives. Inspired by Leora's journey, they started to explore the forest, seeking their own moments of magical insight. As winter melted into spring, the forest bloomed with renewed vigor, its magic more palpable than ever. Leora, now fully embracing her transformation, felt a deep connection to the land and its ancient rhythms. She had discovered that true change came not from seeking it, but from opening oneself to its gentle, natural flow. One sunny morning, as the first blossoms adorned the trees, Leora stood by the pool once more. The water shimmered, reflecting her image, a harmonious blend of the person she had been and the person she had become. She smiled, feeling a profound sense of peace. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora turned away from the glade, ready to share her newfound wisdom with the world. She had learned that the greatest magic lay not in transformation itself, but in the journey of discovery, the gentle unfolding of one's true self. And so, in the enchanted forest of Willowbrook, where stories of change and growth whispered through the leaves, Leora's tale became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that within each of us lies the potential for magical transformation, waiting to be embraced with open arms and a willing heart. And as the sun set, casting a warm glow over the village, Leora's story was carried on the breeze, a gentle promise of the beauty that comes from embracing the journey of personal growth. Story 24. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle curves of emerald hills and the soft rustle of a whispering forest, there was a little cottage that seemed to hum with an ancient, quiet magic of its own. The cottage, with its ivy-clad stones and smoke curling from the chimney like a sleepy dragon's breath, was home to a young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes the color of the sky at dusk and a heart as warm as a summer afternoon. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of rain, Lila stumbled upon something curious while exploring the attic of her cottage. She was drawn to an old wooden chest, its surface worn and smooth from years of being touched by the hands of time. Inside, nestled in a corner beneath layers of dust and forgotten memories, she found a small, intricately carved mirror. The mirror was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its frame was adorned with tiny, delicate engravings of vines and flowers, and at its center, The glass shimmered with a peculiar light, as if it held a piece of the morning sun. Intrigued, Lila gently brushed off the dust and held it up to the light. As she gazed into the mirror, the room around her seemed to fade away, replaced by a scene both familiar and strange. She saw her own reflection, but behind her appeared a wondrous forest, its trees towering and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets only they knew. The mirror, she realized, was a window to another world. With her heart fluttering like a butterfly, Lila decided she needed to discover more about the mirror's secrets. She tucked it carefully into her satchel and set off towards the village square, where the wisest person she knew, old Thomas, spent his days feeding crumbs to the birds. Old Thomas was a gentle soul with a kindly smile and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories. When Lila showed him the mirror, he chuckled softly, his voice like a gentle breeze. "Ah, the mirror of Isling," he murmured, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "It shows not just our world, but another, a place where dreams and reality dance together." "But why does it show the forest?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with wonder. "The forest is calling you, dear Lila." Thomas replied, "Perhaps there is something there that only you can find." Encouraged by Thomas's words, Lila decided to heed the call of the mirror. The next morning, with the mirror snug in her satchel, she ventured into the forest that bordered their village. The path wound through a tapestry of gold and crimson leaves, the air filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked, Lila met a small, chattering squirrel named Pip, who offered to guide her through the forest. Pip was a lively creature, with a bushy tail that flicked with excitement and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. Together they navigated the winding paths and trickling streams, sharing stories and laughter as they went. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more magical it became. The trees seemed to lean closer, listening to the gentle footfalls of the two companions. Soft beams of sunlight danced on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong. Their journey led them to a hidden glade, where a small pond lay nestled like a gem. The water was so clear that Lila could see the pebbles at its bottom, each one a different shade of the rainbow. As she approached, the mirror in her satchel began to glow softly. Pip, perched on a nearby rock, tilted his head curiously. "I think the mirror wants you to look into it here," he chirped. With a nod, Lila held up the mirror once more. This time, the reflection showed not just the glade, but also a small, shimmering path leading deeper into the forest. It was a path she hadn't noticed before, hidden by the magic of the mirror. Feeling a sense of purpose, Lila followed the path with Pip scampering beside her. The path led them to a great, ancient tree, its trunk wide enough to hold a house, its branches reaching up to the sky in a majestic embrace. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small door carved with the same intricate patterns as the mirror. Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the tree was inviting her to enter. With a deep breath, she pushed open the door, and together with Pip, stepped inside. Inside the tree was a cozy chamber bathed in the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books and trinkets, each humming with quiet magic. In the center of the room stood a kindly old woman, her hair as white as the first snow, her eyes as bright as a starry night. "Welcome, Lila," the woman greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Maya, the keeper of the forest's secrets." Lila marveled at the wonder of it all. "Why did the mirror lead me here?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. Maya smiled gently. "The mirror shows what the heart seeks, and your heart is full of kindness and curiosity. The forest has a gift for you, a gift of understanding and peace to share with the world." With a wave of her hand, Maya revealed a small, glowing seed. It pulsed with a warm, golden light, filling the room with a sense of calm and contentment. "This is the seed of harmony," Maya explained. "Plant it wherever you feel it is needed, and it will bring peace and understanding to all who dwell there." With gratitude swelling in her heart, Lila accepted the seed. She knew exactly where it should be planted, in the heart of her village, where its gentle magic could touch the lives of all her friends and neighbors. As Lila and Pip returned home, the forest seemed to celebrate around them, the leaves rustling with joy. The journey had changed her, filling her with a deeper understanding of the world and the magic that lay hidden in the most ordinary of places. When they reached the village, Leela planted the seed of harmony in the village square. As it took root, a gentle warmth spread through the air, and the villagers, drawn by its magic, gathered around. They felt a newfound sense of connection and peace, and the village bloomed with a spirit of friendship and understanding. Leela's journey with the mirror had shown her that the greatest magic of all was the kindness and wisdom we share with others. And as the sun set over the hills, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, Leela knew that her heart was forever intertwined with the wonders of the world. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit as bright as the stars, Leela returned to her cozy cottage, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the mirror lay quietly, its secrets unfolding in the gentle glow of twilight. Story 25. In the quaint village of Larkspur, nestled amidst rolling meadows and whispering woods, there was a tale often told by the firesides and in hushed whispers during twilight. It was the story of the moonlit meadow, a place said to be hidden from all but the kindest of hearts and the most curious of souls. The villagers spoke of it with a mix of reverence and wonder, for it was said that within its depths lay a world unseen, bathed in the silver glow of the moon and filled with enchantments beyond the wildest dreams. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the skies in hues of amber and rose, a gentle breeze carried the melody of the cricket's song through an open window. Inside a cozy cottage, with walls adorned by bookshelves and the comforting scent of lavender lingering in the air, a young girl named Clara sat by the hearth, her eyes wide with anticipation. Clara had always been a curious child, with a heart as vast and open as the sky itself. Her days were filled with adventures through the fields, collecting wildflowers and befriending the creatures of the forest. Yet it was the stories of the moonlit meadow that captured her imagination the most. She longed to uncover its mysteries, to step into the world that danced just beyond the veil of reality. On this particular evening, as the stars began to twinkle and the moon rose high, casting its gentle glow upon the land, Clara's grandmother, a wise and gentle woman with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, began to weave the tale once more. The moonlit meadow, she began, her eyes twinkling like the stars, is a place of wonder and magic. It is hidden from those who seek it with greed or malice. Only those with pure hearts may find its hidden paths. Clara listened intently, her imagination painting vivid pictures of moonlit glades and sparkling streams. "But how does one find it, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper, as if afraid to shatter the delicate magic of the moment. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray lock of hair from Clara's forehead. "The path reveals itself when the time is right, my dear. It is not something to be found, but rather something that finds you when you are ready." With those words echoing in her heart, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with visions of silver-lit landscapes and the gentle rustle of leaves. The following day dawned clear and bright, with the scent of wildflowers carried on the breeze. Clara set out on her usual wanderings, her small woven basket swinging by her side. She explored the edges of the village, greeting every creature she met with a friendly smile and a soft word. As the afternoon sun cast long shadows, Clara found herself drawn towards the whispering woods, their cool shade inviting her to explore deeper than she ever had before. She followed a narrow path, dappled with sunlight, until she reached a small clearing she had never seen. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens. Clara felt a gentle pull, an unspoken invitation, as if the tree itself were beckoning her closer. As she approached, she noticed something curious at its base, a small, shimmering stone, unlike any she had ever seen. It glowed softly with an iridescent light, as if capturing the essence of the moon. With careful fingers, Clara picked up the stone, feeling a warmth spread through her palms. As she held it, the world around her seemed to shift. The sunlight softened, and the air shimmered with a delicate luminescence. Clara blinked, her heart skipping a beat, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing at the edge of a meadow, bathed in the silvery light of the moon. The moonlit meadow stretched before her, a tapestry of flowers that glowed like stars against the velvet darkness of the night. Clara took a step forward, her feet barely making a sound on the soft earth. She was filled with a sense of wonder and peace, as if she had stepped into a dream. As she wandered deeper into the meadow, she noticed the creatures of this magical place. There were rabbits, with fur like spun silver, deer with antlers that gleamed like polished ivory, and birds whose feathers shimmered in every color of the rainbow. They regarded her with gentle curiosity, unafraid and welcoming. Clara's heart swelled with joy, and she felt a connection to this hidden world, as if she had always belonged here. She walked along a winding path that led through the meadow, her senses alive with the beauty surrounding her. Eventually, Clara came upon a small pond, its surface reflecting the moon's gentle light like a mirror. At its edge, she saw a figure, a fox with eyes as bright as emeralds, its fur a deep russet that glowed softly in the moonlight. The fox sat calmly, watching her with an expression of quiet wisdom. "Hello," Clara said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then nodded once, as if to say, "Welcome." Clara sat down on the grass, feeling the coolness seep through her dress. "This place is beautiful," she said, her voice filled with awe. "I've always dreamed of finding it." The fox looked at her, its gaze steady and kind. "The meadow finds those who are ready to see its beauty," it replied, its voice a soft melody carried on the breeze. "You have a heart that sees beyond what is and dreams of what could be." Clara smiled, warmed by the fox's words. They sat together in companionable silence, the world around them a symphony of night sounds and gentle whispers. As the night wore on, Clara felt a sense of belonging and understanding, as if the meadow itself were teaching her its secrets. She realized that the magic of the place was not in its beauty alone, but in the way it opened her heart to the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. The fox shared stories of the creatures who called the meadow home, of friendships that blossomed under the moon's gentle gaze, and of challenges overcome through kindness and understanding. Clara listened, her heart swelling with newfound wisdom. When the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastels, Clara knew it was time to return. She rose, her heart full of gratitude and promise. The fox stood too, nodding once more, a silent farewell. Clara turned back towards the path, the shimmering stone still in her hand. As she walked, the world shifted again, the magic of the meadow gently releasing her back into the embrace of the waking world. She found herself once more in the clearing, the ancient oak standing tall and steady. Clara smiled, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew now that the magic of the moonlit meadow was not something to be kept hidden, but to be shared with all who were willing to see the beauty in the everyday world. As she made her way back to the village, the sun rising high and bright, Clara felt changed. Her journey into the hidden world had opened her eyes and her heart, teaching her that the true magic of life lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday moments that filled each day with light and love. And from that day forward, Clara shared her stories with all who would listen, weaving tales of the moonlit meadow and the wonders she had seen. In doing so, she spread the magic of kindness and curiosity, inviting others to open their hearts and find the hidden beauty in their own lives. In the cozy cottage by the fireside, Clara's grandmother listened to her stories with a knowing smile, her heart full of pride and joy. She knew that the true magic of the meadow was not its hidden wonders, but the way it opened the hearts of those who found it. And so the tale of the moonlit meadow lived on, a gentle reminder to all who heard it that magic was not something to be found, but something to be felt, cherished, and shared. As long as there were hearts willing to see and souls eager to dream, the meadow would always be there, waiting to be discovered anew. With each telling of the story, the village of Larkspur grew a little brighter, its people a little kinder, their hearts open to the magic of life. And as the stars shone above and the moon cast its gentle glow, the whisper of the meadow's magic lingered in the air, a timeless melody that sang of wonder, friendship, and the beauty of a world filled with light. As the seasons turned, the tale of the moonlit meadow became a cherished part of the village's lore. Children gathered eagerly at twilight, their eyes wide with wonder, as Clara shared her adventures. Each story was like a thread of starlight, weaving together the fabric of their dreams. In the years that followed, Clara grew into a wise and gentle woman, her hair touched with silver like the moonlit meadow she had once explored. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her presence a beacon of kindness and understanding. Her home became a place of gathering, where the young and old alike would come to listen to her tales and share their own stories. The crackling fire and the scent of lavender created a space of warmth and welcome, inviting all who entered to leave behind their worries and embrace the magic of the moment. Clara's stories carried lessons of friendship, compassion, and the importance of seeing the world through a lens of wonder. She taught that true magic lay not in the grand and extraordinary, but in the small, everyday acts of kindness that touched people's lives and hearts. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled in shades of gold and crimson, Clara sat by the fire with a group of children gathered around her. Their faces were alight with curiosity and anticipation, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Tell us about the fox with the emerald eyes," one child pleaded, her voice full of eagerness. Clara chuckled softly, her gaze drifting to the fire as if seeing the memory unfold before her once more. "Ah, the fox," she began, her voice carrying the gentle rhythm of a lullaby. "The fox was wise beyond measure, with eyes that saw not just what was, but what could be. It taught me the importance of seeing with the heart and of listening to the whispers of the world around us." The children listened, captivated by the tale, their imaginations soaring alongside Clara's words. They could almost see the fox, its russet fur aglow in the moonlight, its eyes filled with a wisdom that transcended time. "And what did you learn from the meadow?" another child asked, their voice a soft murmur. Clara smiled, her heart full of gratitude for the experiences that had shaped her life. "The meadow taught me that magic is not something we find, but something we carry within us. It is in the kindness we show, the dreams we nurture, and the love we share. It is in the way we choose to see the world and the beauty we find in every moment." The children sat in thoughtful silence, their hearts touched by Clara's words. They understood that they too could carry the magic of the moonlit meadow within them, spreading its light through their own actions and dreams. As the evening drew to a close, the children bid Clara good night, their footsteps soft as they left the warmth of her cottage and stepped into the embrace of the starlit night. Clara watched them go, a gentle smile on her lips, knowing that they carried with them the promise of a world filled with magic and possibility. With a contented sigh, Clara settled back into her chair, the fire's warmth a comforting presence. She knew that her journey had come full circle, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the moonlit meadow. And as the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the village of Larkspur, Clara's heart swelled with a quiet joy. She understood that the true magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, the moments of connection, the acts of kindness, and the love that bound them all together. And so, the story of the moonlit meadow continued to be told, a timeless tale that inspired generations to come. It reminded them that magic was not something to be found, but something to be cherished, a light that shone brightly in the hearts of all who chose to see it. As the years passed, Clara remained a beloved figure in the village, her presence a constant source of comfort and inspiration. Her wisdom and kindness touched the lives of all who knew her, creating ripples of magic that spread far beyond the borders of Larkspur. Her stories continued to be shared, each retelling a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder that could be found in the world. They inspired new generations to dream, to explore, and to believe in the magic of possibility. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Clara found herself walking along the familiar paths of the village, her steps guided by the gentle pull of the whispering woods. The world was hushed and still, the snow creating a soft, pristine blanket that glistened in the pale sunlight. Clara's heart was full of gratitude as she walked, each step a reminder of the journey she had taken and the magic she had found along the way. She knew that the moonlit meadow would always be a part of her, a secret world that existed within her heart, ready to be revisited whenever she needed its solace and wisdom. As she reached the edge of the woods, Clara paused, her gaze drawn to the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the clearing's edge. Its branches were bare, yet it stood strong and proud, a symbol of resilience and endurance. Clara smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace. She knew that life was a journey, filled with moments of growth and transformation, each step leading her closer to the person she was meant to be. The meadow had taught her that, and for that, she was eternally grateful. With a heart full of love and a spirit renewed, Clara turned back towards the village, her steps light and sure. She knew that the true magic of life was not something to be found, but something to be carried within, a light that could guide and inspire, even in the darkest of times. And so Clara continued her journey, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world, her spirit a beacon of hope and kindness. The tale of the moonlit meadow lived on, a timeless story that reminded all who heard it of the magic that lay within them, waiting to be discovered and shared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village of Larkspur, Clara returned to her cozy cottage, her heart full of joy and contentment. She knew that her journey was far from over, that each day held new possibilities and new adventures. And as she settled by the fire, the crackling flames a soothing presence, Clara closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting to the moonlit meadow and the magic it had bestowed upon her. She knew that as long as there were hearts willing to see and souls eager to dream, the meadow would always be there, a hidden world of wonder and light, waiting to be discovered anew. With a gentle sigh, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with visions of moonlit glades and sparkling streams. She knew that the magic of the moonlit meadow was not something to be kept hidden, but to be shared with all who were willing to see the beauty in the everyday world. And so the story continued, a timeless tale of friendship, wisdom, and the magic of life. A gentle reminder that the true beauty of the world lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday moments that filled each day with light and love. Story 26. In a cozy valley nestled between misty mountains, the village of Willowbrook slumbered under a sky dusted with starlight. Here, the gentle folk lived in harmony with the whimsical creatures that called the ancient forest home. One crisp autumn evening, young Rosie was tucking herself into bed when she noticed something peculiar. Her favorite storybook had vanished from the shelf. This was no ordinary book, but a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. The next morning, Rosie enlisted the help of her dear friend Cedric, a wise old oak tree. "How strange," he rumbled. "Books don't simply sprout legs and wander off." Furrowing his bark brow, he pondered the mystery. Suddenly, a glint of mischief twinkled in Cedric's eyes. "Unless, could it be the book brambles at work again?" Rosie gasped. She'd heard tales of these bothersome beings who loved to borrow books, never returning them on time. With Cedric's guidance, they set out to consult the forest guardians who might help solve the puzzle. The whisper winds, gentle breeze spirits gliding between the trees. "We've glimpsed strange rustlings by the fern glade after dusk," one whisper wind confided. Armed with this clue, Rosie and Cedric made their way to the secluded forest. As night fell, they waited patiently until, crunch! Dry leaves rustled nearby. A tiny figure scurried out clutching a book, Rosie's treasured storybook. "Why, you crafty book bramble," Cedric chuckled. "Return that book at once." The bashful book bramble looked sheepish. "Deepest apologies," she squeaked. "I couldn't resist borrowing such an enchanting tale." With a contrite nod, she scampered off, returning the book safely to Rosie's grateful arms. From that day on, Rosie made sure to leave out a fresh storybook from time to time, a lending library of sorts for the book bramble's insatiable literary appetite. In exchange, the mischievous but kind-hearted creature vowed to return all borrowed books unharmed. Once again, friendship and understanding blossomed amidst the wondrous magic of Willowbrook. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, there lay a quaint little village known as Willow Glen. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with lavender and chamomile. It was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and where each day unfolded like a gentle, meandering river. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, the villagers gathered in the town square. They were wrapped in cozy shawls and sipping warm mugs of spiced cider, sharing stories and laughter. But as the night wore on, a curious event unfolded that set tongues wagging and eyebrows raising. In the midst of their gathering, a soft, shimmering glow appeared at the edge of the woods. It pulsed gently, casting a warm, golden light that danced through the trees like fireflies. The villagers watched in awe, their conversations hushed to a whisper. No one could quite explain the source of the glow, and as it persisted night after night, the mystery deepened. Concerned but intrigued, the villagers turned to the wisest among them, an elder named Thistle, who had spent years studying the forest's secrets. Thistle was a kind, gentle soul, with eyes that twinkled with the knowledge of ages and a voice that wrapped around you like a soft woolen blanket. He agreed to investigate, but insisted on enlisting the help of two young friends, a clever boy named Fynn and a spirited girl named Lila. Eager to uncover the mystery, Fynn and Lila met Thistle on the edge of the woods, each bringing their keen senses and open hearts. Thistle handed them satchels with a few essentials, a lantern, a map of the woods, and a small pouch of stardust for protection. With a nod of encouragement, they set off on their adventure, the autumn leaves crunching softly underfoot. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the world around them seemed to come alive with magic. The trees whispered secrets to one another, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. They followed the glow, which shimmered like a beacon, guiding them deeper into the heart of the woods. It wasn't long before they encountered their first clue, a trail of luminous petals scattered across the forest floor, leading them further into the depths. Fynn knelt to examine the petals, noting their delicate texture and faint glow. "These are moonflowers," he whispered, remembering stories his grandmother had told him. "They only bloom at night and are said to be touched by the moon's magic." Lila, her eyes wide with wonder, looked to Thistle. "Could the moonflowers be part of the glow?" she asked. Thistle smiled gently. "Perhaps they are a piece of the puzzle, but I sense there is more to discover." Encouraged, they continued their journey, following the trail of moonflowers. The forest seemed to guide them gently, and soon they found themselves at the edge of a serene, moonlit clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient, gnarled oak tree, its branches reaching toward the sky like a wise old guardian. Beneath the tree, nestled among the roots, was the source of the glow, a cluster of tiny luminescent creatures. They were no larger than a thumb, with delicate wings that sparkled like dew-kissed spiderwebs. The creatures flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. Lila gasped in delight. "Pixies!" she exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. "I've read about them, but I never thought I'd see them." The pixies paused in their dance, turning their bright eyes toward the newcomers. One of the bravest among them fluttered forward, her wings a blur of color. "Greetings, friends," she chimed in a voice as soft as a breeze. "We mean no harm. We only wish to celebrate the turning of the seasons with our light." Fynn and Lila exchanged a glance, their hearts warm with understanding. Thistle stepped forward, his voice gentle and welcoming. "Your light is beautiful, and your presence a gift to our village. Perhaps we can find a way for you to share your celebration without causing concern." The pixies gathered in a circle, their whispers like the rustling of leaves. Finally, their leader nodded. "We will weave our light into the flowers of the forest, so that it spreads gently and brings joy rather than mystery." With their agreement reached, the pixies began their work, their tiny hands weaving threads of light into the petals of the moonflowers. The clearing glowed with a soft, harmonious light that seemed to sing with the promise of peace and friendship. As dawn broke and the first light of day kissed the forest awake, Fynn, Lila, and Thistle made their way back to Willow Glen. The mystery of the glowing woods had been solved, not through force or fear, but through understanding and kindness. The village welcomed their tale with open arms, and each night thereafter, the moonflowers glowed softly, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the woods. And so, as the villagers of Willow Glen drifted to sleep each night, they did so with hearts full of wonder and minds at ease, knowing that the mysteries of the world could be met with wisdom, and that friendship was the most powerful magic of all. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the emerald canopy whispered secrets to the sky and the earth hummed with ancient songs, there existed a vibrant community of creatures whose lives intertwined with the rhythm of the natural world. This forest, known as Eldergrove, was a realm where magic and reality danced gracefully in the soft, dappled sunlight that filtered through towering trees, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor. In Eldergrove, there lived a wise old owl named Sylvan, whose feathers were the color of moonlit snow, and whose eyes sparkled like twin stars in the night sky. Sylvan was the keeper of stories, the sage of the forest, and to him fell the task of guiding the younger creatures through the ancient wisdom of their home. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Sylvan would gather the creatures of the forest around a low, moss-covered stone, his perch of choice, where he would share tales of old. Among his attentive listeners was a young squirrel named Pip, whose fur was as russet as autumn leaves, and whose heart danced with the curiosity of youth. Pip loved to hear the stories of Eldergrove's past, and he especially marveled at the tales of seasonal magic that Sylvan spoke of with reverence. One such tale was about the Dance of the Seasons, a mystical event that occurred only once in a generation, where the very essence of the forest would weave together in a celebration of balance and harmony. As the days grew shorter and the air crisp with the scent of approaching winter, the forest began to prepare for this rare phenomenon. The leaves turned to a tapestry of amber, gold, and crimson, rustling gently in the cool breeze that carried the promise of snow. The creatures, from the tiniest ants to the grandest deer, all sensed the change in the air and felt the pulse of magic growing stronger each day. One morning, as the first frost painted the world in delicate lace, Pip scurried up to Sylvan, his eyes wide with excitement. "Sylvan," he chattered, his voice a melody of eagerness, "how will we know when the dance of the seasons begins? What must we do?" Sylvan, with a twinkle in his eye, hooted softly. "Patience, dear Pip," he replied, his voice as soothing as a gentle stream. "The forest will guide us. All creatures must open their hearts and listen, for the magic of the dance is in the harmony we share." With this wisdom in mind, Pip spent his days observing the forest, feeling the rhythm of nature around him. He watched as the mighty oak trees released their acorns, sharing their bounty with those who would store them for the long winter. He listened to the symphony of birdsong, each note a thread in the tapestry of the forest's song. And he marveled at the way the sunlight danced upon the frost, turning the world into a glittering wonderland. One evening, as a full moon rose in the sky, casting a silver glow upon Eldergrove, Sylvan gathered the creatures once more. "Tonight," he announced, his voice resonating like a gentle lullaby, "the dance of the seasons begins. We must come together, for only in unity will the magic reveal itself." The creatures followed Sylvan's guidance, forming a great circle beneath the moonlit sky. There, in the heart of the forest, they joined paws, wings, and hooves, each creature a vital part of the whole. As they stood together, a gentle breeze swept through Eldergrove, carrying with it the scents of pine and earth, mingling with the crispness of the night air. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to glow with an ethereal light, a soft, shimmering pulse that seemed to breathe with the heartbeat of the world. The creatures watched in awe as the light wove through the trees, enveloping the forest in a warm, golden embrace. The very air seemed to hum with a melody of ancient magic, a song that spoke of harmony, balance, and the eternal cycle of life. Pip felt a warmth spread through his tiny body, a tingling sensation that filled him with a sense of belonging and peace. He looked around at his friends, their faces illuminated by the magical light, and saw in their eyes the same wonder reflected back at him. In that moment, Pip understood that the magic of the dance was not just in the spectacle of light and sound, but in the unity and love that bound them all together. As the night wore on, the light slowly faded, leaving behind a lingering sense of tranquility. The creatures, filled with the wisdom of the dance, returned to their homes with hearts full of gratitude for the harmony that sustained their world. From that day forward, Pip carried the lessons of the dance within him, sharing the wisdom with generations to come. And in Eldergrove, the ancient forest where magic and reality wove together like threads in a tapestry, The dance of the seasons remained a cherished tradition, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring beauty of the natural world. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the creatures of Eldergrove continued to live in harmony, their lives a gentle dance in tune with the ever-turning wheel of the seasons. As the forest whispered its secrets to the sky and the earth sang its ancient songs, the cycle of life and magic carried on, as it always had and always would, in the heart of the world they called home. Story 29. In the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets to one another, and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming heather, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. The village was nestled like a secret in the valley, with cobblestone paths winding their way between snug cottages, each with roofs thatched in golden straw. At the center of this charming village stood the great oak library, a majestic tree that had stood for centuries, its branches stretching wide like arms welcoming all who sought the wisdom within its bark-bound books. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a merry sort, always greeting each other with warm smiles and kind words. Yet, lately, a curious mystery had cast a gentle thrill over the village. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-kissed leaves, the villagers awoke to find tiny, glittering trails of stardust weaving intricate patterns across the village green. Some said it was the work of the wind spirits, while others whispered of fairies dancing under the moonlight. But no one knew for certain, and the mystery grew by the day. Amidst this enchanting setting lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her bright eyes, which sparkled with curiosity, and her heart, which brimmed with kindness. Leora loved nothing more than a good mystery, and as the stardust trails appeared with increasing frequency, she decided it was time to uncover their secret. One crisp, moonlit evening, with the scent of jasmine perfuming the air, Leora set out from her cozy cottage, bundled in her softest cloak. Her footsteps were silent on the cobblestones, and her heart danced with anticipation. As she approached the village green, the silver light of the moon revealed the shimmering stardust patterns, swirling and looping like a celestial dance captured on earth. Determined to solve the mystery, Leora crouched low, examining the trails with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. It was then that she noticed something peculiar, a set of tiny footprints intertwined with the stardust. They were not like any creature she had ever seen, with toes long and delicate, each step as light as a feather. Her mind buzzed with possibilities, each more wondrous than the last. The next day, Leora sought the guidance of the village's wise elder, a gentle soul named Elder Moss. His cottage was tucked beneath the comforting boughs of the great oak library, its windows glowing warmly with the light of a crackling fireplace. Elder Moss greeted her with a knowing smile, his eyes twinkling like stars themselves. "Elder Moss," Leora began, her voice a soft whisper in the quiet of the room, "I have seen something strange in the village green, tiny footprints among the stardust. Do you think it could be the work of fairies?" Elder Moss chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "Ah, Leora, your curiosity is as boundless as the sky. Fairies, you say? It is possible. But remember, not all magic is visible to the eye. Sometimes we must look with our hearts." With those wise words echoing in her mind, Leora decided to enlist the help of her closest friend, a mischievous but endearing squirrel named Pippin. Pippin had a knack for uncovering secrets, his tiny nose always twitching, and his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Together, they formed a plan to stay awake and watch the village green under the cloak of night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and gold, Leora and Pippin nestled behind a cluster of ferns, their breath visible in the cool night air. The village fell into a gentle silence, the only sounds the soft hoot of an owl and the occasional rustle of leaves. Hours passed, and just when Leora's eyelids began to droop, a soft glow appeared in the center of the village green. Her heart skipped a beat as she nudged Pippin, who perked up instantly, his tail flicking with excitement. They watched in awe as tiny figures danced into view, their bodies shimmering with an ethereal light. Fairies! Leora's heart soared with wonder. The fairies moved gracefully, their wings as delicate as gossamer, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Leora and Pippin watched, enchanted, as the fairies twirled and leaped, their laughter a melody that filled the night. As dawn began to paint the sky with soft pastels, the fairies gathered in a circle, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a gentle breeze. One of the fairies, slightly larger than the rest, stepped forward, her eyes meeting Leora's with a knowing gaze. "Thank you for watching over us," the fairy spoke, her voice as light as a whispering brook. "We dance to weave dreams for the villagers, ensuring their nights are filled with peace and wonder." Leora's heart swelled with a warmth that chased away the chill of the night. "We are grateful for your magic," she replied, her voice filled with sincerity. "But why have you revealed yourselves to us?" The fairy smiled, a gesture that lit up the dawn. "Because you have looked with your heart, young one, and in doing so, you have become a part of our story, as we are of yours." With that, the fairies took to the sky, their wings carrying them upwards until they disappeared into the morning light. The village was left in a tranquil stillness, the stardust trails fading slowly as the sun rose higher. Returning to her cottage, Leora felt a deep sense of contentment. She had discovered the truth behind the mystery, but more importantly, she had learned the value of seeing beyond the surface, of understanding the magic that lay in the simple beauty of the world around her. From that day on, the villagers of Bramble Hollow would speak of the girl who befriended the fairies, and the village itself seemed to hum with a newfound harmony. Each night, they would fall asleep with the comforting knowledge that their dreams were crafted with care and love by the gentle hands of their tiny, magical friends. And so, in the heart of Whispering Woods, the village of Bramble Hollow continued to thrive, its nights filled with the shimmer of stardust, and its days bright with the promise of wonder. The mystery had been solved, but the magic remained, woven into the very fabric of their lives, a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary things happened when you simply believed. Story 30. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young woman named Annabelle. Her home, a quaint cottage blanketed in ivy, stood on the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest said to be alive with mysteries and ancient magic. Annabelle was known for her gentle heart and her talent for crafting beautiful tapestries that depicted scenes from nature, capturing the vibrant hues of the flowers and the serene blues of the sky. Yet, despite her artistry and the beauty that surrounded her, Annabelle felt an unease brewing within. She longed for something more, but feared the changes that such a longing might bring. Her days were spent in the comfort of her loom and the familiar paths of the village, and although she loved these things dearly, a quiet voice within her whispered of adventures and mysteries beyond her current world. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Annabelle decided to seek the counsel of an old friend, Elder Miriam, who lived in the heart of the village. Miriam was a wise woman, her eyes twinkling with the knowledge of years, and her garden was a haven of vibrant blooms and fragrant herbs. "Ah, Annabelle," Miriam said, her voice as warm as the sun filtering through the window, "you carry a question in your heart." Annabelle nodded, her fingers tracing the pattern of a tapestry she had brought as a gift. "I feel this yearning for change, Miriam, but I am afraid of what it might mean. How do I embrace what I cannot see?" Miriam smiled softly, her hands busy with a pot of chamomile tea. "Change is the most natural of all things, my dear. Like the seasons that grace us with their presence, each bringing its own beauty and lessons. To grow is to embrace the magic of transformation." With those words lingering in her mind, Annabelle left Miriam's cottage, feeling a gentle stirring of courage within her. That evening, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, Annabelle found herself drawn to the Whispering Woods. The forest, cloaked in shadows and secrets, beckoned her with a promise of discovery. As she stepped into the woods, the air seemed to shimmer, alive with an energy she had never noticed before. The leaves whispered secrets only the brave dared to hear, and the path twisted and turned, as if guiding her towards something unseen. Annabelle felt a strange comfort in the unknown, a feeling that perhaps she had been searching for all along. Deeper into the woods, she came across a clearing where a gentle stream wound its way through a meadow of wildflowers. The air was filled with the soft hum of nature's lullaby, and in the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk as wide as a house, its branches stretching toward the heavens. Annabelle approached the tree, her fingers brushing its ancient bark. As she did, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the tree itself was speaking to her. Closing her eyes, she listened to the melody of the forest, each note a story of growth and change. Suddenly she heard a voice, clear and gentle, yet echoing with the wisdom of ages. "Child of the earth, what is it you seek?" Annabelle opened her eyes, and there before her was a creature of ethereal beauty, half woman, half tree, with skin like bark and hair like cascading leaves. Her eyes, deep and knowing, met Annabelle's with kindness. "I seek the courage to change," Annabelle confessed. "I wish to embrace the unknown, but I am afraid." The creature smiled, her presence both calming and invigorating. "Fear not the unknown, for it is the cradle of possibility. Within you lies the power to transform, just as the seed transforms into the mighty oak. Trust in the journey, and you will find your way." With these words, the creature extended her hand, and in it was a shimmering acorn, golden and warm to the touch. Annabelle took it, feeling a surge of warmth and understanding flow through her. She realized that change was not something to fear, but to welcome with open arms. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Annabelle made her way back through the forest, the acorn nestled safely in her pocket. With each step, she felt lighter, her heart brimming with newfound hope and excitement for the changes to come. Back in Willowbrook, Annabelle returned to her loom, but this time, her hands wove with a different purpose. Her tapestries began to tell stories of transformation and growth, each thread a testament to the beauty of embracing change. The village soon noticed the change in Annabelle. Her eyes sparkled with a light that seemed to come from within, and her smile was one of quiet certainty. She shared her journey with her neighbors, encouraging them to embrace their own paths with courage and grace. Elder Miriam watched with a knowing smile as Annabelle grew into her own, her spirit blooming like the wildflowers in the meadow. "You have found your way, Annabelle," she said one afternoon as they walked through the village together. "Yes," Annabelle replied, her voice soft but steady. "I've learned that the most magical transformation is the one that happens within." And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods, Annabelle's journey became a beacon of hope for all who sought the courage to embrace their own transformations. Her story reminded them that while the path of change may be shrouded in mystery, it is also filled with wonder and endless possibility. And in the end, it was within the embrace of the unknown that Annabelle found her true self, and the world around her became all the more beautiful for it. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the lull of the wind, lay a quaint little village named Luminara. The village was cradled by emerald hills and surrounded by the gentlest of streams, where golden fish danced beneath the surface, their scales flickering like tiny lanterns. Luminara was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and the villagers lived harmoniously with the mystical creatures that called the woods their home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to blush in shades of amber and russet, an unusual occurrence caught the attention of the villagers. The village's beloved Moonstone Well, known for its clear, sparkling water and the soft glow it emitted at night, had suddenly lost its shimmer. From dusk till dawn, the well stood dark and silent, leaving the villagers puzzled and concerned. Among the concerned was a young, curious girl named Arabelle. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and a heart full of wonder, Arabelle was known for her gentle nature and keen observation skills. She would often wander the woods, befriending the creatures she met along the way and learning their secrets. Determined to solve the mystery of the well, Arabelle set out on a journey through the whispering woods. As she walked, the crisp leaves crunched softly under her feet, and the cool autumn breeze carried with it the sweet scent of pine and earth. Her first stop was the home of Elder Cedric, the wise old owl who resided in the ancient oak tree near the village's edge. "Elder Cedric," Arabelle called gently, looking up into the tree's sprawling branches. "May I seek your wisdom?" From the depths of the oak's hollow, Elder Cedric emerged, his feathers the color of twilight. "Ah, young Arabelle," he hooted warmly. "What brings you to my abode on this fine autumn day?" Arabelle explained the situation with the moonstone well, her voice tinged with both curiosity and concern. Elder Cedric listened intently, his eyes gleaming with knowledge. "The well's light is a reflection of the moon's magic," Elder Cedric explained. "And if it has dimmed, there may be a disturbance in the moon's connection to our world. You must seek the guidance of the Star Weavers, who dwell atop the misty hill. They are the keepers of the sky's secrets." Arabelle thanked Elder Cedric, her heart swelling with gratitude for his guidance. She bid him farewell and continued on her path, the journey leading her deeper into the woods. The sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of gold and shadow as she approached the base of Misty Hill. The climb was gentle, with stone steps worn smooth by the passage of time. As Arabelle ascended, the air grew cooler, and a soft mist enveloped her, carrying with it the scent of lavender and night-blooming jasmine. At the hill's peak stood the Star Weaver's sanctuary, an ethereal structure woven from silver threads that shimmered like stardust in the fading light. The Star Weavers, ancient beings with hair that glimmered like constellations, welcomed Arabelle with open arms. She explained her quest, and they listened with the patience of those who have witnessed the dance of the cosmos for centuries. "The moon's magic is indeed waning," one of the Star Weavers said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "A wayward cloud, enchanted by mischief, has veiled the moon's face. It drifts aimlessly, unaware of the shadows it casts. You must guide it back to its rightful path." Arabelle nodded, understanding the task before her. With the Star Weaver's blessing, she descended Misty Hill, her mind alight with ideas. As night fell, she returned to the village, the air filled with the soothing song of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves. In the village square, Arabelle gathered her friends, each one eager to help. With lanterns in hand, they ventured into the woods, their lights twinkling like stars in the darkness. Together, they sang a song of guidance, their voices weaving a melody that drifted through the trees and up into the sky. The wayward cloud, hearing the sweet symphony, paused in its aimless wander. It swirled playfully, then began to drift toward the sound, drawn by the warmth and kindness of the voices below. As it moved, the moon emerged from behind its veil, casting its gentle glow once more. Back at the moonstone well, the water shimmered again, reflecting the moon's soft light. The villagers gathered, their faces illuminated with joy and relief. Arabelle and her friends returned to find the village aglow, not just from the well, but from the smiles of those around them. Elder Cedric flew in, landing gracefully on Arabelle's shoulder. "You have done well, young one," he praised, his voice a comforting murmur. "Your heart and mind led you true, and your kindness has restored the balance." Arabelle beamed, her spirit lifted by the success of their endeavor. The village celebrated that night, gratitude and harmony resonating through every heart. As the fireflies danced in the cool night air, Arabelle sat by the well, listening to the gentle whispers of the water. She knew that she and her friends had not only rekindled the well's light, but had also strengthened the bonds of their community. And so, with the moon watching over them, Luminara embraced the peace of the night, secure in the knowledge that while mysteries may arise, they could always be met with wisdom, friendship, and a little bit of magic. Story 32. Once upon a time in a forest primeval, where towering trees whispered ancient secrets, a wondrous world unfolded beneath the dappled sunlight. This was a realm where nature's magic still held sway, a delicate tapestry woven by the unseen hands of those who called the woodland home. Deep within the emerald embrace of the forest dwelt a clan of gentle woodland sprites, their gossamer wings fluttering like jewels in the breeze. These diminutive guardians tended to the intricate web of life that sustained the forest, ensuring that all creatures, great and small, existed in perfect harmony. One such sprite, a wise old sage named Willow, had seen countless seasons come and go. Her bark-like skin was etched with the wisdom of ages, and her eyes sparkled with the same mischievous twinkle as the morning dew. It was Willow's sacred duty to guide the younger sprites, sharing the ancient lore passed down through generations. On a crisp autumn morn, when the leaves danced in a kaleidoscope of crimson and gold, Willow gathered her young charges beneath the boughs of a mighty oak. "Listen well, my little ones. she whispered, her voice carrying the gentle cadence of the wind. For today, we shall explore the hidden lives of our woodland friends. With a wave of her gnarled hand, Willow conjured a shimmering mist that swirled and coalesced into the form of a stately stag. The young sprites gasped in wonder as the translucent creature pawed at the leaf-strewn ground, its magnificent antlers reaching towards the canopy above. "Behold the noble stag," Willow intoned. "Though he may seem solitary, his every step is woven into the tapestry of the forest. His hooves till the soil, allowing new life to take root, and his antlers provide shelter for countless creatures, from birds to beetles." As if on cue, a tiny wren flitted forth from the mist-formed antlers, trilling a joyous melody. The young sprites giggled in delight, their eyes alight with curiosity. Willow's gaze turned towards the babbling brook that wound its way through the glade. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the mist dispersed and reformed into the shimmering likeness of a sleek otter, diving and twisting through the crystal waters. "The otter is a guardian of our streams and rivers," Willow explained. Her playful antics belie her vital role in maintaining the balance of the waterways. By feasting on fish and crustaceans, she ensures that no single species becomes too abundant, allowing all to thrive. The young sprites watched, mesmerized as the otter frolicked and splashed, its lithe form a blur of motion against the rippling currents. As the season's first snowflakes began to drift lazily from the sky, Willow raised her arms, and the mist swirled once more, coalescing into the majestic form of a great horned owl. The regal bird took flight, its silent wings carrying it through the forest canopy. "The owl is a sentinel of the night," Willow murmured. Her sharp eyes and keen senses allow her to hunt those creatures that emerge only under the moon's watchful gaze. By maintaining balance among the nocturnal dwellers, she ensures that no one species grows too mighty or too scarce. The young sprites followed the owl's ghostly form as it soared through the misty veil, their eyes wide with wonder. At last, as the first rays of dawn pierced the forest gloom, Willow lowered her hands, and the shimmering mist dissipated, leaving only the crisp scent of pine needles and damp earth. "Remember, my little ones," she said, her voice rich with the weight of ages. "All creatures, great and small, play their part in the delicate dance of nature. It is our sacred duty to protect and nurture this harmony, for without it, the forest would wither and fade." The young sprites nodded solemnly, their hearts filled with newfound reverence for the hidden lives that intertwined with their own. As the golden sun crested the horizon, its warmth caressing the frost-kissed leaves, Willow led her charges back towards the heart of the forest. Though the seasons would continue to turn, and the cycles of life and death would ebb and flow, the ancient wisdom would endure, passed from one generation to the next, ensuring that the magic of the woodland realm would never be extinguished. For in this enchanted place, where the veil between worlds grew thin, the spirits of nature danced eternal, their footsteps leaving imprints upon the very soul of the forest. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonbeams danced through canopy of emerald leaves, there nestled a quaint village known as Starling Hollow. This village was a place where magic mingled with the everyday, where each dawn was greeted by the sweet trill of songbirds, and every dusk wrapped the world in a blanket of twinkling stars. The villagers of Starling Hollow were known for their vibrant gardens and charming homes, with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed aromatic smoke into the crisp morning air. But lately, something unusual had begun to echo through the village, a soft, mysterious humming that seemed to rise with the mist each night. The villagers, though intrigued, were not fearful. Instead, they whispered among themselves in the marketplace and speculated over steaming cups of tea. The melody was gentle, almost like a lullaby, yet no one could discern its source. The mystery hung in the air, a puzzle waiting to be solved. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Marigold. She was known for her bright eyes and an even brighter curiosity. With her faithful tabby cat Whiskers often draped over her shoulder, Marigold was ever ready for an adventure. The moment she heard the first notes of the mysterious tune, her heart leapt with the promise of a new mystery to unravel. One morning, as the sun spilled its golden rays across her garden, Marigold sat on her porch, deep in thought. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with silver hair and a warm smile, joined her with 2 steaming mugs of chamomile tea. "What weighs on your mind, dear heart?" her grandmother asked, settling into the seat beside her. "It's the song, grandmother," Marigold replied, her voice full of wonder. "I need to find out where it comes from." Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Perhaps it is time for you to speak with the Will-O-Wisp." The Will-O-Wisp was a gentle spirit who dwelled in the heart of the forest. Known for its ancient wisdom, it was said that the Will-O-Wisp could unravel the most tangled of mysteries. Marigold's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the suggestion. With Whiskers trotting by her side, Marigold set off into the woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. Birdsong accompanied her journey, a cheerful backdrop to her thoughts. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees towered like guardians. Soon, she reached the glade where the Will-O-Wisp made its home. The glade was a serene haven, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors and a gentle brook sang a melody of its own. "Welcome, Marigold," a soft voice greeted her, echoing like a whisper through the trees. Marigold looked around and saw the Will-O-Wisp, a shimmering presence that hovered just above the ground. Its form was ever shifting, like a cloud kissed by sunlight. "Greetings, Will-O-Wisp," Marigold replied with a respectful nod. "I seek your wisdom to solve the mystery of the song that fills our village each night." The Will-O-Wisp shimmered with delight. "Ah, the melody of the night. Many have wondered about it, but few have asked. Come, let us unravel this together." With that, the Will-O-Wisp guided Marigold through the forest. The path twisted and turned until they arrived at an ancient oak. Its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs, nestled in the roots, was a small, hidden hollow. "Listen carefully," the Will-O-Wisp instructed. Marigold leaned in, her ears attuned to the faintest sound. It was then she heard it, a soft, sweet hum, like the gentle strumming of a harp. "It's coming from here," Marigold exclaimed, her voice a mix of awe and excitement. The Will-O-Wisp nodded. "This is the home of the meadowlarks, magical creatures who weave melodies from dreams. They gather each night to sing the world to sleep." Understanding dawned on Marigold like the first light of morning. The meadowlark's song was a gift, a nightly serenade meant to soothe and comfort. "Why have they chosen our village?" she asked. "They sense the kindness here, the warmth of the villagers' hearts," the Will-O-Wisp explained. "Their song is a reflection of the love and harmony that fills Starling Hollow." Marigold smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. The mystery was solved, and with it came a deeper appreciation for the magic woven into the fabric of their lives. "Thank you, Will-O-Wisp," Marigold said, her voice filled with warmth. "Starling Hollow is blessed to have such a beautiful gift." With a bow of gratitude, Marigold made her way back through the forest, the Will-O-Wisp's presence a comforting glow in her memory. As she returned to the village, she carried with her the secret of the meadowlarks, a tale to be shared over tea and among friends. That evening, as the first stars twinkled in the sky, the villagers gathered in the heart of Starling Hollow. Marigold stood before them, her eyes bright with the joy of discovery. "My friends," she began, "the song we hear each night is the melody of the meadowlarks, magical creatures who bless us with their lullabies." A collective sigh of wonder rippled through the crowd, followed by smiles and nods of understanding. The villagers, with hearts full of gratitude, listened closely that night, cherishing the song that cradled their dreams. And so, in Starling Hollow, the mystery of the song became a cherished legend, a reminder of the beauty of friendship and the magic of kindness. Each night, as the meadowlarks sang, the villagers would smile, knowing they were part of something wondrous. As the firelight flickered and the night deepened, Marigold, with Whiskers purring contentedly by her side, drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with melodies and moonlight, and the comforting presence of the Will-O-Wisp, a guardian of secrets and songs. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic and mystery danced hand in hand, Starling Hollow remained a haven of harmony and warmth, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the meadowlarks. Story 34. In a quaint and timeless village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Evander. The village was a place where the sun always seemed to shine with a warm glow, casting golden hues over cobblestone streets and the ivy-clad cottages. The villagers were a close-knit community, each person contributing their skills and kindness to the harmony of their home. Evander, with his soft brown eyes and quiet demeanor, was known for his ability to create the most exquisite wooden carvings. His works were admired far and wide, each piece imbued with a sense of grace and serenity. Yet, despite his talent, Evander often felt a stir of unease within him, a quiet yearning for something beyond the familiar rhythm of his days. He longed to carve something truly extraordinary, something that spoke not only of craft, but of the deeper truths he sensed, yet couldn't grasp. But whenever he sat down to create, doubt whispered in his ear, and his hands faltered. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and rose, Evander decided to take a walk through the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and moss, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied his steps. He hoped the tranquility of the woods might offer some clarity to his restless mind. As he wandered deeper into the forest, he came upon a clearing he had never seen before. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The air around the tree seemed to shimmer with a faint, magical glow, and Evander felt drawn to it, as if it held the answers he sought. He approached the tree and placed his hand on its bark, feeling the vibrant thrum of life beneath his fingertips. Suddenly, the air around him shifted, and he found himself in the presence of a small, ethereal being. She had wings that sparkled like moonlit dew, and a voice as soft as the breeze. "Welcome, Evander," she said, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "I am Leora, the guardian of this forest. I sense the turmoil within you, and I am here to help." Evander was taken aback, but felt a comforting warmth emanating from Leora. "I wish to create something truly meaningful," he confessed, "yet I feel lost, unsure of how to begin." Leora nodded, understanding in her gaze. "The key to unlocking your potential lies within, Evander. But first, you must embrace change, for it is through change that we grow. I shall give you a gift, a piece of magic that mirrors your inner journey." With a gentle wave of her hand, Leora conjured a small, glowing seed. "Plant this seed beneath the roots of the tree," she instructed. "As it grows, so too will you find the courage to transform." Evander took the seed, feeling its warmth pulse in his palm. He knelt and gently placed it into the earth, covering it with soil. As he did, a sense of peace washed over him, and he thanked Leora for her guidance. In the days that followed, Evander returned to the clearing often. He watched as the seed sprouted, its tender shoots reaching towards the sky, unfurling leaves that shimmered with a silvery light. Each visit brought with it a new sense of purpose, a quiet confidence that began to take root within his heart. He also found friendship in the creatures of the forest. A wise old owl named Orin would perch nearby, sharing stories of the forest's history and its many wonders. A family of rabbits, playful and curious, would often join him, their antics bringing laughter and joy to his heart. Through these gentle friendships, Evander learned the value of patience, of listening, and of cherishing the small moments of beauty that life offered. As the days turned to weeks, Evander's own transformation began to manifest in his work. He carved with newfound inspiration, his hands guided by the whispers of the forest and the wisdom of his newfound friends. His creations, now imbued with the essence of his journey, spoke of change, growth, and the quiet strength found in embracing one's true self. One evening, as he sat beneath the tree, Evander realized that the seed had grown into a magnificent sapling, its branches reaching towards the heavens with a grace that mirrored his own inner transformation. The sight filled him with a deep sense of fulfillment, a realization that the journey itself was the masterpiece he had sought to create. With the gentle guidance of Leora and the unwavering support of his forest friends, Evander had discovered the beauty of personal discovery. He learned that change, while daunting, was the pathway to growth, and that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the courage to embrace one's own journey. As the stars twinkled above, Evander felt a profound peace settle within him. He knew that wherever his path might lead, he would face it with the wisdom and strength he had found within himself. And so, with the forest as his eternal guide and the warmth of friendship at his side, Evander returned to his village, ready to share the magic of his journey with all who would listen. And so, in the heart of the village, beneath the starry skies and the gentle glow of firelight, Evander's story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to transform, to grow, and to find beauty in the journey of self-discovery. Story 35. In the glowing twilight of the galaxy's outer rim, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet blanket, there lay a small, vibrant planet called Luminara. It was a place where swirling nebulae painted the sky in hues of indigo and emerald, and gentle breezes carried the soft scent of blooming stardust flowers. On this planet, amidst the rustling leaves of crystal trees, lived a gentle creature named Nara. Nara was a Luminaran, a being with skin that glowed softly in the dark, and eyes that reflected the light of 1,000 stars. Her world was one of peace and tranquility, where the gentle hum of the universe could be felt in the very air she breathed. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara began their graceful dance across the sky, a soft, unexpected sound broke the evening's serenity. It was a faint, rhythmic thumping, growing louder by the moment. Nara's curiosity piqued. She followed the sound to a clearing at the edge of the crystal forest. There, amidst the silvery grass, she found a sight unlike any she had ever seen. A small, metallic craft, a spaceship, had landed, its hull reflecting the moonlight like a polished mirror. From within emerged a figure, tall and slender, with scales that shimmered in shades of deep blue and green. It was an aquarion, a species known for their aquatic habitats and intricate melodious languages. The aquarion, named Kale, blinked slowly, his large, luminous eyes filled with both awe and apprehension. He had not planned to land on Luminara. A sudden solar storm had knocked his navigation off course, leading him to this unexpected destination. Nara, with her innate kindness, approached Kale with a welcoming smile. Despite their different forms and the initial barrier of language, she conveyed her willingness to help through gestures and the universal language of warmth. Kale, relieved to find a friendly face, mimicked her smile and nodded. In the following days, Nara and Kale worked together to repair his spacecraft. It was no small task, as Kale's technology was foreign to Luminara's simple, nature-aligned existence. But Nara was resourceful, and with every challenge they faced, a broken wing, a jammed communication system, they grew closer, learning from each other's strengths and perspectives. At first, communication was a series of misunderstandings. Nara's expressions and gestures, steeped in Luminaran tradition, were at times perplexing to Kale. Likewise, Kale's melodious language, filled with undulating tones and clicks, was a puzzle for Nara to decipher. Yet, each misunderstanding was met with gentle laughter and patience, slowly building a bridge of understanding between them. One evening, as they sat together beneath the canopy of stars, Kale shared stories of his ocean world, where cities glistened beneath the waves, and the night sky was viewed through a shimmering veil of water. Nara listened, entranced by the vivid images he painted with his words, feeling as though she were swimming beside him through coral palaces and kelp forests. In return, Nara told of Luminara's ancient tales, of the great star trees whose roots touched the core of the planet and whose branches brushed the heavens. She spoke of the harmony that resonated throughout her world, a melody that Kale found echoed within his own heart. As the days turned into weeks, a bond as deep as the cosmic oceans formed between them. They found joy in small moments, watching the sunrise paint the sky with fiery colors, or listening to the soft whispers of the wind through the crystal leaves. Finally, the day came when Kale's ship was ready to depart. His heart was heavy with the thought of leaving, yet filled with gratitude for the friendship that had taken root so unexpectedly. Nara stood beside him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, but her smile as bright as the morning sun. "Thank you," Kale said, his voice a gentle melody, "for showing me the beauty of your world and the kindness of your heart." Nara nodded, her glow warm and steady. "You have taught me much as well, Kale. The stars will always guide our friendship, no matter the distance." With a final embrace, Kale boarded his ship, the engines humming softly to life. As he ascended into the sky, Nara waved, her figure growing smaller and smaller, until it was just a glimmer of light against the vast darkness. As the ship soared through the cosmos, Kale felt a sense of peace and purpose. The galaxy was vast, with countless stars and planets yet to explore, but he knew that the warmth of Luminara and the friendship of one small Luminaran would forever light his journey. And so, beneath the vast tapestry of stars, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended language, form, and distance, woven into the very fabric of the universe itself. Story 36. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the whispering woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 37. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source. Lyra's light flickered with happiness. I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods. Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before. Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far. Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow. With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 38. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara, In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 39. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow. a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 40. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Cor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Cor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Cor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Tarakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Cor spoke of the droughts plaguing Tarak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Tarak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Cor prepared to return to Tarak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Cor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Tarak. Back on his home planet, Cor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Tarakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Tarak, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Cor. The Tarakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Cor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Cor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Cor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terekian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Tarakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Tarak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Tarak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Tarak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Tarak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Tarakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 41. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the whispering woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 42. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 43? Story 44. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 49. Story 50. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 51. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales. Playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable: treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, They were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 52. Story 53. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Fynn. Fynn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Fynn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Fynn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Fynn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals. With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. The tree needs to awaken, Fynn said, his voice filled with determination. But how can we help? Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. Laughter, Clara exclaimed. We must bring laughter back to the tree. With renewed purpose, Clara and Fynn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Fynn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Fynn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Fynn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 54. Story 55. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires, too, have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Story 56. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Fynn. Fynn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Fynn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Fynn nodded knowingly. "Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need." And with those words, Fynn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Fynn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Fynn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Fynn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Fynn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Fynn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Fynn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Fynn. Story 50. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Story 59. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Fynn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Fynn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Fynn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Fynn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Fynn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Fynn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Fynn and Leela. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Fynn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Fynn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Fynn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Fynn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Fynn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Fynn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Fynn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Fynn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Fynn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Fynn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Fynn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Fynn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Fynn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 60. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. 61. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. Greetings, child of Willowbrook, it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm? We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village, Lila explained gently. Do you perhaps know what might be causing them? Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy. Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion. With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Story 68. Story 69. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Auri, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Auri nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Auri replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Auri shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Auri and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Auri by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Story 73. Story 74. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the whispering woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the lantern of kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the whispering woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the Whispering Woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 75. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 76. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 81. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Ira explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. Story 82. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willow Brook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the Petal Weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the Petal Weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 83. Story 84. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper, keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. Story 85. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 86. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book, bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Fynn, the innkeeper's son. Fynn was a cheerful boy with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Fynn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Fynn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Fynn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Fynn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 89. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldric's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldric's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldric welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldric, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldric's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldric chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldric's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willow Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 90. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fynn, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at widder with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Leela explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 94. Story 95. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Story 99. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. oh dear, what a funny mistake. I only wanted a rhyme or two to make. Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair, Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places, the whispering woods and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the Luminal Grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the Crystal Falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Fynn sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Fynn began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finn's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Fynn devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Fynn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Fynn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Fynn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Fynn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Fynn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Fynn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Fynn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Fynn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Fynn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Fynn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Fynn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Fynn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Fynn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Fynn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, As the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there. The crystalli. The crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantia named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a crystalli stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey. Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. Everything seems so uncertain and vast. Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you? Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. Yes, I'd like that. With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. Look closely, Clara, it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. What is it? She asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. These flowers, Lumi explained, are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle. Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. Thank you, Lumi, she said softly. I think I'm beginning to understand. Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness. With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Finley," Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, "with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony." Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold. Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort. With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the Silver Key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees.